am so sorry about that, my guys. I had at least one or two different logistical issues come up, but we're here now. Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Most people call me Coin. And welcome. Welcome to another episode of The Sands of Time, an Ocarina of Time ROM hack made by, I probably need to adjust the volume of this a little bit more down, let's say. It is a Mod-ROM or ROM hack. I prefer the term Mod-ROM, but most people are familiar with the term ROM hack. Oh, also before I forget, let me just double check the chats. Okay, they're working. Good. I prefer the term Mod-ROM. It makes it sound like less of a hack job and more like a piece of art, but that's just my perception over the way the words sound and might be perceived. Really, either term is fine. I just use both terms. How is everyone in health and spirit? And let's give a nice healthy shout out to Miss Axel LPS, a Littlest Pet Shop streamer and collector. They work really hard on their content. How did the gift unboxing go, by the way? I didn't get the chance to make it, but I was curious as to how that turned out. I know you were kind of looking forward to that. And while I'm waiting on that reply, I do want to take an opportunity to thank my patrons and my subscribers. First, we'll start with the patrons. I want to thank Devious Grace. It took like 2 hours just to unwrap all the gifts. Well, I hope it was worth it. I mean, what kinds of stuff did you get? I imagine it had to have been Littlest Pet Shop related stuff. Thank you to Devious Grace for their Tier 1 subscription this month. Please enjoy all the perks that come along with it. The emotes, the increased priority on multiplayer queue, the... did I say reduced ads? I meant removed ads. I don't want to give Twitch ideas. But thank you, seriously. Really appreciate it. I don't have any current patrons or people who've made one-off donations at this time, but I do want to thank people in the past for doing that, like Rasby. They put some donations toward this channel, and I'm greatly appreciative for it. So, let's switch screens. You got the fact that oh, and what a black powder. So you're gonna explode. You're wow. I can't, man. I can't. Don't worry about a Niv, guys. It is a Markov chain algorithm AI-related chatbot. It is here to keep me company, and the people have spoken. Before I continue, I want to say we vote on stuff like this fairly often on this channel. Now that we have an audience for it, our people have spoken. Senators and inductees, you have decided to keep a Niv and all of its zany, wacky features. So that means it'll be up to me to make sure it isn't doing something too saucy. Just please understand, it's an AI bot, so I can't quite hold it to the same standard as a human being because it pulls things at random to say. Obviously, if it starts spewing a bunch of slurs, of course I'm going to permanently ban it. But the one-off troll or what have you is probably not something I would I would seriously consider banning a nib for. Just as an FYI. Obviously nothing terms of service violating, but a nib's a bot. What timing it out and banning it is more as a power play for me, rather than demonstrating to the bot, don't say that. It pulls stuff at random to say. Getting back to Axel here. You got about half Littlest Pet Shop related stuff and half dragon stuff. Ooh, are you into dragons? I have a friend who's into dragons. She has lots of draconic memorabilia. Attends a lot of dragon cons. Or Momo cons, things like that. You are obsessed with dragons? Hey, that's not a problem here. Look, we all have to fixate on something. For me, it's ties. Your mascot's a dragon? Yeah, I think I saw that in the PFP, but I wanted to wait for you to say it and not make a unnecessary attribution, you know? It's always better when people... I don't want to say own up, that's the wrong way to say it, but when people talk about it themselves, it's sort of a green light for me to talk about it in a similar way. Now, last time, we actually made quite a bit of progress. Just going ahead and doing the recap here. We actually made it all the way through the border desert. We went through the desert fortress. And we went through the border fort. We explored 3 regions pretty much in their entirety. We even... Well, I should say we started going through the border village, but quickly realized we need the lens of truth. We can't see anything, or we can't see the relevant stuff. So today we're actually taking a detour from the desert, I know, but instead I get to introduce you guys to this hack's limited body horror scenes. Oh, you guys are gonna love the Abyss. If you like horror related stuff, you're gonna love it a lot. If you don't like horror, or you don't like that sort of thing, I would tune out this episode. I wouldn't blame you for doing so. But that is the focus of today. Get the lens of truth, which is gonna be in the Abyss, and then return to the desert, because we have to go back to the desert and get the Spirit Medallion in order to actually come back down to the Abyss into the Death Temple. And the only reason I know that is because, again, unfortunately, the patch notes have spoiled it. I have little choice except to reveal it, because it would sound strange for me to talk about a particular order and not mention it. So apologies for the spoilers, but hand is kind of tied here. I either don't say anything and come up with some other kookamini unbelievable reason, or I just own up to the slight spoilers in the patch log. Speaking of which, I already know that I'm gonna have to play through this all over again in version 1.19. I know that's a patch that's on its way. I have dubbed it the grammar patch, or the dialogue patch, because that is really what it is. I keep meaning to make a command for the release channel trailer, but I've not done that yet. Instead, I've been focusing on a lovely little program called Buffer. I just signed up for it basically today, and kind of did some homework on it yesterday. And that'll allow me to actually push my stuff out to social media. Look, I don't mind the process of grinding, but I certainly do want to optimize my time. I don't want to be... I want to be able to get ready in like 15-20 minutes. I think that's reasonable. I think trying to get ready in like an hour, I don't want to be spending an hour doing that. I'd rather boil it down to 15-20 minutes of do this, go there, and publish this stuff. I don't know. How does everyone else feel about that? You know, optimization through algorithms and programs. Like it, prefer it, or hate it, and it takes away from the feel of an authentic post or like actual managerial experience. Thank you for the latitude, Axel. Greatly appreciated. Now, I'm gonna start us off by looking down here. Now, if we fall down here, we're gonna end back up in the library. And which one? I think we want the Goron tunic for this. Yeah, I think we want the Goron tunic for this, because there is some acid in here. I think it's good to live with our time. I agree. It's nice to meet a kindred spirit in that. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Abyss. Okay, over-dramatization aside, yeah, welcome. This was one of the most highly coveted levels out of Debug Log's arsenal yet. I remember when this was posted on his channel for, just as like a demonstration level. So this is the completed product. It is the underworld, ladies and gentlemen. And we're here not to go to Death Temple. I can actually show you where that is, believe it or not. Because I was here in a previous no, I was not here in a previous episode. I did playtesting up to the Abyss, so I kind of know what I'm doing in here. But let's look. So here are these two plaques. Here is the Abyss, where the wretched souls are sealed. The path to the Death Temple is open only to those who have conquered their own dark doppelganger, and with the power of 3 medallions. You're eating dinner while you're watching me, while you're watching the stream. Oh man, I hate, this is kind of poorly timed, huh? Testing your dragon chopsticks you got yesterday? Ooh. Are you eating like rice or something out of curiosity? That's usually what I would think chopsticks are used for, is like rice or lo mein or something like that. Yeah, so welcome to the Abyss, guys. Welcome to it proper. There's just death everywhere. Rivers of blood and skulls every which way. And things that look like water, water are actually not water at all. It just has the sound. Oh, not poorly timed at all. Can we actually, I'm curious if we can climb that. No, I didn't think so. Now, is that sarcasm or is that legitimate? Just curious. I don't care. Beyond wanting to know. Eating ramens and noodles. Nems? What's Nems? I'm gonna assume that's noodles. Unfortunately, if it is like, you know, a legitimate concern, I wish I could say, you always watch a video or a stream when eating meals? Okay, fair enough. I'm talking more about the contents of the Abyss itself. If people have, like, complaints about the Abyss, I'll just say, you know, I'll get through it as fast as I possibly can. Because we're kind of deadlocked in the game until we do. We need this lens of truth in order to see stuff around us. And I have put it off for as long as humanly possible, but there are just going to be some puzzles up ahead that are hard locking us to having the lens of truth. They were invisible redead yesterday, that I couldn't see attacking us. And I certainly don't want that to be a constant experience. Also, there are going to be some aspects of these dungeons that are... How do I word this? Nems are... Okay, it is a separate food item. I was wondering about that. They're like little wraps with chicken and vegetables in them, but it's like an Asian meal from Vietnam. You don't know how to describe it? Oh, are they like dumplings? Or perhaps, you know, like wonton wraps? Yeah, I think or like egg rolls. I think I generally get what you're trying to discuss, but it really kind of depends on whether or not you can pick them up with your fingers. Usually if I have like anything off to the side with ramen, it's usually dumplings for me personally. Just nice traditional dumplings. Okay, and in here's where the frame drops start, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you this. I think I showed some people this before, but we came into this room and that was it. Now we have to traverse this for real. Like fleshy hands with teeth on them. Gritty. It's very popular in France. Makes sense. May I bid you guys a proper welcome to the Abyss this time? It's one thing to look at a giant skull. It's another thing to just have flesh-like rooms with hands on them. This is the real, like, picture of the Abyss. Pants room save state. Oh my god, a Niv, my kingdom for a Niv. We love him. Yes, I know it went. What are you talking about? I need a pants room save state for that statement right there. Ironically, I think because I have completed most of the Abyss. You often eat dinner under true crime? Okay, so oh shoot. Yeah, like the gore and stuff isn't quite so bothersome. I hesitate to call this gore. It's more like body horror. Which I guess true crime also has plenty of. Me too. Although I definitely would have respected the vote to get rid of it. But I've tried to push out, you know, the fact that we vote on Discord. You know, people want to vote and do more than put their voice in this chat room. They gotta join the Discord so they can vote, but that just didn't happen. So it's fine. If you don't vote, well, I certainly can't say, yeah, no, I'm gonna do anything more than hear people complain or hear people make comments. The votes are kind of how I know to act upon things, and not just, oh, look at the algorithmic heuristic data. Yeah, that totally works every time. It's nice to it's nice to be able to reply to and respond to feedback, no matter what form it takes. But the votes are like a definitive version of that. Of course, this won't be the only time we vote for a Niv. I do want folks to understand that too. Especially on stuff like a Niv, it's important that I gauge my audience every so often to make sure that, you know, I'm staying on top of what our current pulse is. I wouldn't be doing a very good job as an entertainer if if you know, I kept a Niv and people were like, nah, dude, are you kidding? Remove that shit. If the sentiment was, I want it gone, well then of course I'd want to follow that. But since the sentiment ain't that currently, the most I can really say or do here is say, I'm following the vote. The community has spoken. Sometimes you're eating while the video goes talking about like a cannibal serial killer. Okay, so I'm certainly glad that you disclosed that. So at the very least, I don't have to feel quite so uncomfortable going through here. I don't want to make anyone feel ick or anything like that. And I know that this is lunchtime, so people are generally, at least it's lunchtime for me. It's dinner for you, I'm almost 90% confident of. But I definitely know this is lunch hour over here in the US, and I certainly don't want people... What did I mess up on? I messed up somewhere. Yeah, I think I know what happened. I needed to go left. Democracy! Yes, where voting actually matters. TM! I am so glad. I'm happy to have the guts and the courage to follow on such a feature. Not every content creator does this. I think it'll be a nice way that I could set myself apart from a lot of other ones out there. And that's not a dig at anyone in particular. It's just I don't hear of too many people, you know, opening up core channel features for a vote. I don't hear people doing that. That's neither a good nor a bad thing. It's just something I've noticed. Presumably because the understanding is, oh, well, the content creator, it's their channel, right? Like, of course, they have, like, final say. And I guess it should go without saying, but I'm going to say it here, just to kind of, you know, bring about a broader point with the features. Okay. I remember this room being a doozy, so let me think a second. I can't remember if there's a switch or... Yeah, I think there's a crystal switch in this room. And these kind of like eyeball things are hookshot targets. Look, going back to what I was saying about the voting feature, I do want to say that I do have the right to go back on a vote. Like, let's say I vote on a piece of content, and or I put up a piece of content for a vote, and like no one's watching, right? Like, I still have to follow the algorithmic data, so I'm not just gonna stick myself and do something clearly nobody is interested in which case it sort of begs the question of why people voted for it in the first place. But my point is, I still command some executive authority over the votes we make, and there's the crystal switch. I just didn't look hard enough. I do reserve the right to do that, but I haven't had to yet, and I don't want to start. Is there a timer? No, there's no timer. Good. So, this place, the Abyss, has tons of quicksand. Right now, we're probably okay, but... Yeah, you'd think this stuff would be quicksand, but it's not. But there are going to be many cases where I'm just going to be wearing my hover boots all the time. Absolutely 100% of the time. Just throwing that out there. This place is... It's like a dungeon. I would say the Abyss is probably the closest thing to a dungeon, non-dungeon we've had so far. Do I want to go in here? Let's go in here first. Nice. Well, at least we know neither of those are eye switches. So it's not like I suppose what I'm saying is that my channel and content are definitely not a perfect democracy. We aren't relying solely on votes here, but I do want to make it known that I don't generally go back on what people have voted on unless there's just a clear reason for me to do it. Like, people voted, yet no one is actually watching what they voted on, which just makes me sad. More than anything else. Like, okay, I hope people aren't going to crucify me for this, but I do have to make a common sense judgment here. This room was just for a heart piece, it seems. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take only needing a heart piece. That means this room doesn't have much else in it. Should I poke around again? I'm a little worried that you can't actually go through these spaces as far as I'm aware, but I didn't actually try in this room. Okay, you can. Yeah, I need to make sure I'm trying to do that. I'm not sure why I auto-walked, but whatever. I'm sorry, what? Ravioli, ravioli, give me the formuoli. Look at this. This is, I don't know if it's a, you know, Krabby Patties are actually modeled after like near perfect burgers, like a deluxe burger. They have the lettuce, the tomato, the onions, all that fun stuff. They have the whole 9 yards. It's a full, complete burger. This thing is obviously missing the tomatoes, cheese, onions, and pickles, but it's got the makings of a good, strong burger. And if you guys will notice, there's like a small sound that you can hear if I stop talking. Near this fire. You feel like you lose your skills and chopsticks between each meal? Practice. Practice, my friend. Practice. Gotta practice some. Good to know that there's a rest camp back there. Link is having a nice dinner as well. I agree. Although I find it incredibly strange that the man would be eating off of a, you know, a fleshy hand with teeth. And that there's a flesh roast disc on an open fire. I do find it strange, but I guess them's the eats in the abyss. Okay, see, this wall you can't go through. It just makes this fleshy noise. I don't know why it's got the flesh noise. This place does have a ton of interesting textures in it, though. It's like half organic, half stone, half metal. Okay, come on, coin. That's 3 halves. You can only have 2 halves in something. It's part flesh, part stone, part organic. It culminates in this weirdly unique aesthetic for a place. Now this room is one of my personal favorites, although usually you can like hook shot on stuff like that. But yeah, unfortunately I have completed most of the abyss. I do kind of know what I'm doing here. Not the whole way, but I would definitely say at least 75% of the abyss is what I know, frontwards and backwards and sideways. And it really asks you to do a ton of platforming. And to like double check what you're looking at to make sure, yes, this wall is actually solid, or no, it's not solid at all. Like this room. This room is quite a treat. As soon as I can get past it. All right, so this skull has 2 crystal switches in it. We should probably get off to the side and wait here. My reasoning is I didn't hit the 2 crystal switches close enough together. So I would definitely be under a extremely tight timer to get across to the other side. And then we gotta walk all the freaking way back over here. Conveyor belts, am I right? And conveyor belts in the underworld, to be more specific. Basically, I just need the cutscene to not be active when I'm trying to hit crystal switches. Almost. So, now that I've poured a significant chunk of the abyss, what do people think about the aesthetic? And design. This, if Coin is being honest, it's not really my cup of tea. I definitely prefer prettier pastures, so to speak. Like beaches and the sea and the mountains are some of my favorite places or favorite biomes in games. But I do also enjoy a good desert. But even though that this isn't exactly my cup of tea, I still appreciate how well put together it is. And once the freak factor gets over, you start to understand how all of the things in the Abyss form a cohesive whole, and it really gives off this rather interesting, obviously not all body horror. Like, I think if body horror were everywhere, it would probably be a bit overbearing. It's nice that it's just general culty death vibes. I really prefer that over anything else. What do you got to say, Gossip Stone? The wise will patiently lure their enemy and use the fire of enemy's wrath as tinder to light the torch. We actually don't need this piece of advice, and the reason we don't need it is because all it does is open a shortcut. If and as far as I know. Is that a skull under there? It is! And if I could... Finicky precise aiming is finicky and precise. So now what we want to do is wait for this to go a sufficient distance. And then drop down and hit that switch. That is one of the gimmicks of this place, is that there are these color-coded panels that have, they have a switch associated with them. And we need to press all the corresponding panels in order to progress through the Abyss. See this room? Also tons of color-coded panels everywhere, along with strange switch puzzles. You can hear it. I can hear it. There's a like up there somewhere. No, they aren't. No, that's not a like I'm hearing. I really had to take a second. Right, this is the room that had floor masters in it. And they hide from the walls too. Okay, where's the oh, yep. A pair of floor masters are really deadly opponents. I jumped right into that. Is my controller... Get off me. Creepy crawly hands every which way. As a kid on Zelda, A Link to the Past, those hands were scaring me so much. Yeah, the floor masters are really freaking creepy. I'm just gonna come out and say it. They're really freaking creepy. Just wow. Ocarina of Time, when I was going through the Shadow Temple or below the well, that would be the other spot that you see these and they fit within the theme. Having just hands jump down from the abyss to grab you and put you back to the dungeon entrance. There's a reason they're called Floor Master or Wall Master jump scares. That's why. Yeah, that was the single biggest thing that freaked me out, apart from Dead Hand himself. And Dead Hand was... Oh man, Dead Hand was really the stuff of nightmares. How did that pass into a children's game? I feel like I need to know how this happens. Even in the 1.2 Ocarina of Time, like that's what the game that you can buy on retail is patch 1.2. That still managed to get onto like an E10 and up. Like, people thought it was okay to be seeing just this fleshy, puppety dead hand. The redeads were one thing. They're creepy, sure, but they stay still until you attack, like, get close. Same with Gyptos, but at least Gyptos look like mummies, so eh. But the freaking dead hand. That was super spooky as a child, like you're so stressed. We started playing A Link to the Past at age 4. Oh, yeah, I never really owned it growing up, but I've definitely played A Link to the Past before. I've also played Parallel Worlds and a few other, you know, modifications of Link to the Past, so I do know what the Lore Master experience is like. It is definitely spooky, to say the least, for a young child, but I think people will agree with me that the 3D version of that in spaces like these takes the cake. This is a trap, ain't it? Yeah, big chests usually have a cutscene with them. I remember there being a like in this room. As an adult, it's fine. Yeah, like obviously you kind of grow out of it, but the disgust and the abject horror never really leave you either. You know you can't stay still for a few seconds. Yeah, you have to like move. And once you move, it's fine. Man, I can't hear you. Aniv, you are lucky I could tell that is a joke statement. You are so lucky I can tell it's a joke statement. Okay, let's press this. I'm pretty sure I don't want to hit this switch. Ah, yes, look. See, the game trolls you. Well, Aniv is deaf. That is true. I will not begrudge Aniv that. They can't hear anything. So what's the point of this? And if I shoot this... Oh, I'm dead. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, God. I did something awful. Oh, I wish I had save stated before I tried that. And I have drawn out my own personal suffering. You know what we get to do, kids? We get to reset. Link torture. Thank goodness I can just hard save and reset to get out of there. Really? Really? You're gonna go... that's not good enough. This is what I was talking about when I said that the Abyss is like the biggest dungeon, non-dungeon ever. I don't even get the courtesy of being put back into the beginning of the Abyss. I have to actually walk my way back to that location. It's fine. At least we know it's not permanent, right? But don't shoot strange switches and leave yourself in bad situations. Don't do that. And that's probably not worth a report to debug log either, because I personally created that situation more than anything. So I feel like a debug log would give me the THAMS response of, well, don't do that. Me encountering a big old bug in a game that I caused myself. Well, don't do that, and the bug won't happen. that good times. That brings back the whole Paper Mario. Which one? I need backup so I can go through this. Thankfully, it won't take us long to get up here. Or to get back to where we were. It was quite literally just walk in past a few rooms and we're fine. Weird momentum drop, but whatever. Sure, sure, game. Let's try that again, shall we? This is the type of stuff that gives me performance anxiety. So I really want to try my best to just clear that up quickly. It's kind of rare as to whether or not... Sometimes... Oh. I thought you were capable of hookshotting to lava slugs. I guess not. Oh, we get to go through, I gotta go and do that whole timer thing again with the 2 crystal switches. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna learn my lesson, and I'm probably gonna make a save state there, so that if I make another mistake like that, you know, we're ready, and we don't have to repeat that again. I want to give people a tour of the Abyss, not an encore of the Abyss. I want to say the Abyss is actually one of the places that has an original Woon track assigned to it. Woon was in charge of all of the original non-music rips for the game. So all this, okay, that's a one-way wall. So this is like our original ambience we're getting to hear, and I really think it suits the Abyss. Right. We had to leave. So, of course, it would play that cutscene again. This should be it here. Yeah, run past here. This is where we were. And that room with the flame ring was a dead room, I'm pretty sure. So we should just be able to go past this. And I guess one nice thing is, when I was playtesting this, or like I did the test playthrough for it, and I went through the Abyss, I did not have the armor breaker or the megaton hammer, so I didn't have easy outs to the like-likes. I actually had to use bombs, and I played on earlier patches of this where the like-likes just had more health than they really do, or not more health. And it's the same thing with the Iron Knuckles. Like, it took 10 bombs to clear out some of the dangerous rooms in here. So it's nice that in this playthrough, you know, I actually have the Megaton Hammer, and things aren't going to be quite so stringent. It's nice having some experience to fall back on games like this. Now, this room here is neat. What you can generally do, is this guy gonna like... Okay, so it's not this guy, it's the blue bubble. So it's not the green bubbles, it's the blue bubbles. So the blue bubbles, you can actually let them chase you into these torches, and it should light them for you. This is a neat feature. Yeah, see that one there? It just lit up. Come on. Come this way. Now we just need to kind of like kite it. Are you... Oh, I know what we need to do. We need to only light one of them. Okay. Problem solved. And I'm pretty sure this opens a shortcut. No. It opens a different way into this room. We don't want to be here yet. Anything else? What about this door? I'm curious where this door goes. I don't remember this door. Oh, it's this. It's a shortcut. Don't we love shortcuts, chat? I want to take an opportunity to thank everybody for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. Give me just 1 second. I heard the doorbell ring, so we're gonna play a short commercial. Just need to get to the correct thing. It's right here. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play a short commercial, and I'll be right back with you guys. I am so sorry about that, folks. I'm back. There was a package delivered to nobody that lives in my house, so I had to go deal with that. We're gonna take a break at the 1 minute and 10 hour mark instead of the 1 hour mark, so that we have the correct amount of time between each break. I do apologize for running ads, but I do want to make sure I say that if you guys are worried that I run ads on a timer, I never run ads on a timer here. I always manually run ads. I play them every hour, or in times like these, I might play 30 seconds. If I have to go to the bathroom or something, that might be the other time where I play an ad. But I do not put them on a timer, and I do not do 3 minutes worth of ads practically ever at any given time. I always adjust that. I appreciate the latitude, Axel, and the understanding. Really. I just want to make sure, you know... You know how we do the ads during the breaks? Yeah, it's an experience I don't like when it's on other Twitch channels where the ads are on a timer. Like, cool, great, they're on a timer, but so that when you're not a sub, you still don't miss anything. I'm quite sure I did not press a button there, but whatever. I don't like that experience on other channels, so why would I bring that to mine? I get that it's the game we all have to play, but we all have to draw a line in the sand somewhere. And for me, it's automating the ads. I just don't do that. I used to do that when I didn't know much better or didn't think so long or hard about the ad monetization process. But now that I've thought about it and have spent some time with it, I can safely say I just don't like that experience. So I don't bring that to my audience. Well, it could be a way to make people want to sub. Yeah, right, see. So you're correct. And that's exactly how it is. It's optimized to be that way on purpose. Because the more people sub, the more money they get to bring to Jeff Bezos, his cronies, and the rest of Amazon, who I just so happen to minorly represent with this stream. Right. So this is why I've come up with the structure that I have, where I take manual breaks about every hour. I get up and stretch for 5 minutes. I run the ads that I do. Do ads pay okay on Twitch? Elephant trumpets .exe. So I'll give you guys a teeny tiny peek behind the screen and say that when we had the 4-hour and 45-minute stream, like a couple of weeks ago, when we had one of those, I got 0.2 US dollars for that. And that was ads played over the entire 4-hour and 45-minute mark. That includes the ad that I normally don't get for the 4th hour. So I am paid. It depends on how many. Yes, exactly. It depends on how many people watch. So let's say you're someone who has the audio muted on the player, on like the tab or something. Okay, I'll still get ad views from that. If you're someone who's muted the video player for whatever reason, like the actual VOD that's being streamed itself, I don't get any ad views from that. So I don't get any money from it. If someone runs an ad blocker, which I don't blame them for doing it, I don't get money from that either. There are only 2 people I get ad revenue from. Well, no, I take that back. There are 3. I get ad revenue from people that sit through the ads, and I really appreciate all the staunch warriors that do that. I get money for people who sub, or like, not just a Prime Gaming sub, but like a Tier 1 sub. Any sub that cuts out ads, I get ad revenue from that. And if someone's on Twitch Turbo, which is $16 a month, it's very expensive. And if you guys don't mind paying $16 to Jeff Bezos, well, yeah, you get ad revenue there too. I get ad revenue for all the skipped ads off Twitch Turbo. So I'm at least somewhat incentivized to push Twitch Turbo. Which, if you have too many streamers that you like to watch, Twitch Turbo is actually a fantastic way to cut out all the ads, if that's what you care about. Normally, though, most people care about the cultivated experience, and cutting out the ads is a bonus. At least that's been my experience with subscription packages. Point is, it's peanuts. I am paid peanuts, and even if, for me to get paid even a little bit more than usual, or like at a somewhat equitable rate, which is 55%, I would have to run 3 minutes worth of ads every hour. And that means cutting it down so that I'm playing 1.5 minutes worth of ads every 30 minutes. Which I did used to structure my breaks around that. But then I realized that the people watching would not actually be getting enough content to keep them entertained. And I would get whispers about that. So I've adjusted my strategy accordingly. People do, yeah, and I really do want to come out and say, you know, that I normally do this at the 1 hour mark anyway. I really do want to thank people for being here. I really appreciate it. But I'm hoping that this look behind the algorithmic screen here, I'm hoping what that does is open people's eyes to, yeah, I'm going to support your decision to run ad blockers, because I hate ads too, and don't think Twitch should, I don't think Twitch should just be focusing on ads for monetization. It's not YouTube. Ads are not the end-all, be-all. There need to be other things that Amazon does in order to make this platform profitable. Got it. Cool. But at the same time, it's a double-edged sword. When you get the ad blockers, you hurt people, both big, like, say, Kai Cenat, or, I'm trying to think of other big people. Belle Delphine, or XQC. You hurt the big people, and then you also hurt us, the smaller guys, with the ad blockers. And the hurt disproportionately hurts the smaller guy a lot more. So it's a double-edged sword, and it's why I say that the whole ad monetization thing is just sucky for everyone. Big, it doesn't matter if you're big or small, or if you're Dan Clancy over at Twitch, or you're the random average viewer. Everyone has to play the game, and it just kind of sucks. So support your streamer by sitting through the ads. Or, you know, at the very least, muting the video tab, not the player, the tab, and find something else to do while you wait for the ads to finish. That would be my advice to people. But I am not your master. I am no one's master. I will never tell people what to do. Ever. That's like just a core principle of mine. I don't believe in that. Instead, I'm only saying, this is what happens. This is what happens when you do or don't do something. Now that you have the information, the choice you make is up to you. And unless it's something like life or death, I'm gonna at least respect that choice. That's the part of the Druidic philosophy / the Order of Bards and Ovates. That's their philosophy on life. That's the one I follow, is the one of least resistance that doesn't try to subjugate people with their own personal opinions. Honestly, you watch the ads because it's during the break. I appreciate that. And it's opinions like yours and like other people that I've had in the past. I keep an eye on that stuff. I really do. And it's hard to put ads up to a vote or anything. But ads are one of the things that I think about all the time, because it just affects not only my bottom end, but it affects, you know, everyone's bottom line for what they want out of this platform. That is a That is a pit. Let's not do that. Really? I'm not going blind, right? I jumped into a shaft, went too far to the left or right, and hit a void box. Oh, that's where it is. Okay. Cool. Can we hookshot that so I don't have to go back up there? I get both sides of the ad argument, so I'm not going to be upset that people, you know, do or don't watch ads. I get it. Okay, it was like, oh, it's literally right here. But maybe the reason I could say that, and I guess that it's the converse of the thing, right? Maybe the reason I can say that is because I am small, and I don't have that much to lose by people not watching ads either. I'd like to find a different topic if I'm being honest. Not that I don't mind talking about this stuff, not that I mind talking about stuff like this. I really don't mind, but I know that's the one thing that really tends to ruffle everybody's feathers, is, you know, herder, streamer algorithmic talk, That's the one thing that people on the, like, collective subreddits pull their hair out about, is just, you know, talking about algorithmic things. So we've hit the first point in the abyss where I kind of do need to make sure I'm focused up just a little bit, because this part I remember taking a while to kind of get through, really. Also, this feels a bit tight. I'm gonna loosen it up today. Because there's a locked door, and I clearly have not gone through one of these doors. I remember it taking a long time to get the key, and I don't remember if it's this room or if it's a different room. I might need to go through that room. So let's just take a minute to assess where we are. Oh, this is probably it right here. How do we want to handle this? So we've got a crystal switch there. And a bunch of platforms. Cool. This might require some, like, technical jumps. Oh, that's a tail Passarin back there. But the fact that the tail Passarin is back there, that probably means there's a room back there. We just need to find it. We need to find the access point. All right, I'm gonna focus up while I do this platforming. This is very technically challenging stuff. I remember this room being quite difficult, just because of all the rotating, moving platforms. I gotta say, as someone who does play action RPGs, I'm okay at platforming like this, but it is definitely not my cup of tea. Platforming, I could struggle with that sometimes. Okay, so we have to unlock some gates here. Nice. Time it wrong and we're sent back to the beginning. I think I have legitimately died in this room probably once. Just as a result of how difficult the platforming all is. that we already hit that crystal switch, so it is just literally get to the other side. I forgot about that. We got smooshed. Link got crushed, pancaked, flattened, stomped. I don't know, insert any other adjective you want, really. Okay, I see what we need to do. We actually need to go back. Even though I've done this room before, like I was saying before, this room is just one of the most technically challenging for me. Your platforming has to be precise, and I'm not great at that. Hence by being voided out all the time. Okay, we hit those. Okay, so what we actually, I believe we actually are ready to cross now. Yeah, because both gates are down. I believe we're good to cross here. Really? Oh, I do remember this room. There's like a... We have to come in from some other spot to get here. Am I missing anything? It feels like I'm missing something in this room. Maybe over there where that hookshot panel is? No, that's it. So this room, we needed to come to this room later, is what it's looking like. Even though I've played, obviously this tells you it's been a while, because I'm definitely pontificating over some of my actions. I definitely think we're going to have to go back to that maze-like room earlier. The one I kept avoiding back in the room where we had to lure a bubble into a torch. Yeah, I think we probably need to go through there now. But we're going to do that when we come back from our first official break. So for those who don't know, I take 5-minute breaks around here. And for those on Twitch, I do generally play 90 seconds worth of ads. This is just to help with the pre-roll, among other things. I really do want to thank people so much for hanging out with me. It's been a blessing to have company on this journey. Really, truly, I mean that. Before we, part for our first break, this room reminds me of a room in a Dalmatian PC game. Really? It looks very similar for some reason. Is it the red, white, and black color scheme? Is it the spike traps? Just out of curiosity. While we are waiting on that reply, I am going to go ahead and shill the Discord. If you guys hadn't considered joining the Discord, you're not sure what the reason is. Oh, it had the same spike traps. Makes sense. Yeah, That does sound like Cruella de Vil, doesn't it? She probably has spike traps. You need to jump on them and do some platform stuff. I hope... I don't know if Debug Log is pulling an inspiration from Dalmatians on this one. But, I'm not sure well, I don't know. I guess pulling from that was the last level. Oh, so Cruella de Vil really meant business, huh? I highly doubt. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It probably is just a coincidence. But this is kind of par for the course in what I'll call Shadow Temple-esque level design, where the spike traps are like a constant thing in that you often had to ride spike traps up and down to jump across chasms. This takes that and cranks it up to 11, basically. I could see why you would think that. Alright, it is Discord time, peeps. For anyone who hasn't joined the Discord, please consider joining the Discord. It's free to join. We're a quiet community, but I'm always looking to expand it. It also had the turning platforms. I might have to look at that Dalmatians game just to see what you're talking about. You get them... You want Discords used? Aniv. Used Discords. I mean, used Discords aren't bad. What the heck, Aniv? Random gobbledygook sentence all over again. Used Discords. Thank you for the Discord link, Axel. Really appreciate it. Still gotta do the one for YouTube, so 1 second. So there you go for the YouTubers. It's also in my link tree. It's in the description for YouTube, for you guys on YouTube. It's also underneath the Twitch profile, like video banner. If you click on, I'm pretty sure if you click on About Me, you get a link tree link along with dozens of clickable panels that you could click on and find out what they do, etc., etc. But yeah, that's gonna do it for the first break. Please consider following or subscribing on Twitch or YouTube, respectively. It's a great way to help the channel to grow for free, and all it takes is 1, 2 click, done. Easy. Now that I've gotten that bit of shilling out of the way, it is break time. Thank you guys so much, and see ya after the commercial break. back. Sorry about that. I'm at the house by myself, so I do have to make sure my dogs are taken care of and well adjusted to what they're experiencing in the house. Check their food, check their water, things like that. Forgive me for the longer than average commercial break. I'm quite sure I'm at least 2 minutes late. But for anyone who's stuck around up to this point, I really do appreciate you putting up with me. I sure hope I don't have to keep having extended commercial breaks like this, though. I'm quite confident we need to go back and just do something. Go back to that maze room. Go from there, maybe. And that maze room would be right here. Oh, the Abyss actually is a dungeon, so never mind. Okay, so we have a few different directions we could go. When I did this in the playtest, I ended up having to go a different direction, so it's nice that we see this room about... Oh, what made you think it wasn't a dungeon? Because there's the Death Temple, basically. I mean, it's got the boss key and everything, so really, I guess in the back of my mind, I always knew it was a dungeon, but by the same token, you know, if this is just the precursor to a real dungeon with a real temple, I would sort of think that, oh, it's not a dungeon. But, I guess it is. Sorry, I realize it's kind of... I realize I'm being a tad wishy-washy, but the only point I'm trying to make is, you know, at one point or another, I definitely thought this was like a pseudo-dungeon more than anything else. Ugh! Oh, if this doesn't trigger people's trypophobia, I don't know what does. Fleshy. And if anyone can hear that, we know what's nearby. It's a like. I could hear it up there. Could follow you on YouTube? Aw, thank you, Axel. Really appreciate it. The YouTube, and speaking of which, this is a good time for me to push that a little bit. I have a YouTube channel, Swirling Vortex 09. I know it's not the same name all the way through, but my YouTube channel is older than my Twitch channel. And I made both before I was an actual content creator, so forgive me for having a different name. But I do Let's Plays, longer Let's Plays that I don't think would work out that well on Twitch. Twitch seems to be a mostly action-oriented platform when there isn't like just chatting or other stuff going on. So the longer JRPG stuff is mostly for YouTube. And some stuff that's an action RPG, but it's very long, is for an even more somewhat private platform than that. But I do have a YouTube. Come on, like, come down. Speaking of, that reminds me. I've been meaning to do this. There, I wanted to make sure I followed you as well. That was the thing I forgot to do yesterday, or the day before, was to make sure to follow you, so I didn't miss the, you know, gift opening stream. I'm gonna have to go watch the VOD of that now. But it's fine. So what's in here? Blue rupee. Wait, this is different. This is different. This is an actually different configuration. And here you can chat on both Twitch and YouTube. Oh, you're Axel LPS on both. That's easy then. That's gonna mess with my head a bit. I mean, at the very least, I have the combined chat. You'll have to... That has to be a YouTube notification. Thank you so much for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. I know there's a way for me to spot this. I want to say that's the Stream Elements thing. I need to get a different extension for YouTube. I like Stream Elements as much as the next guy, and it's useful for like general commands, but having this I already have to manage so many different bots, it's not even funny anyway, so I might as well just find one that's a bit more conducive, let's say, to YouTube in specific. But thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate it. I also want to thank people that followed me yesterday after the stream was over. Thank you so much for doing that. I generally have a policy not to announce like names on follows. I find that the net average is saying thanks for the follows is fine, but maybe don't say the name. That seems to be the net aggregate, so that's my policy, like, that's been ongoing for years now. I know people might find that strange, but we all gotta play the game, right? We all gotta play the content creator game, and the meta level stuff is things like, do you, on what level do you acknowledge follows? At what point do you say names or don't say names? You're gonna stay on Twitch, but you might from time to time watch the stream on YouTube. I mean, since you'll have it on both platforms, I'd be interested to know what your experience is for each one when you feel up to it. This has got to be a key, right? Money. Money, 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 money. But it ain't a key. Is there anything up here? Anything at all? I can tell there's like something up there, but... Thanks, I appreciate the feedback, Axel. That's really helping me like narrow and pinpoint all of my decisions that I've been agonizing over for years now when I've been streaming on one or both platforms. I did used to have separate streams for each platform. Let me tell you, that killed me inside. It's nice, it's fine, it's nice that I can actually multi-stream. The Elix Let's Play was a result of streaming to both platforms, and I love Elix, but it is nice to be able to, you know, multi-stream now and not have my affiliate membership removed just because multi-stream. That's definitely made my life a lot easier. So this room is a doozy. I remember this room pretty plainly from earlier on. It's big. It's big, it's tall, it's both, it's wide, it's just expansive. And there's just a ton going on in here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. I don't want to pull out the save state. Please don't make me pull out a save state game. I don't want to have to repeat that. You hesitated to multi-stream yesterday since you used to stream on YouTube only? Oh, how did you find the multi-streaming experience? Usually most people that have, you know, chatted about it. But I thought it's easier to do only Twitch. Really, these days, you kind of just need to... You did it multi-stream. Gotcha. Okay. It's like a bandwidth thing. I keep jumping off the platform. It's very much a bandwidth thing. If you don't have, like, a good functional upload speed or good bandwidth, you're gonna struggle. You mean you were afraid it would split people? I see what you're saying. And your audience is bigger on YouTube, right? Okay, I am now thoroughly annoyed with the moving platforms. My audience is definitely bigger on Twitch, but I am glad it's growing on YouTube. I just need to make more content. Like, I have to play into the saturation these days. Gotta make shorts more than anything. Am I gonna be a coward and save state? Should I place wagers or bets if I'm gonna be a coward on this or not? Well, you do have 15,000 subscribers on YouTube, but it's dead, kind of. Last time you streamed on YouTube, you had only 1 or 2 people in the chat. That is what happens with old channels, yes, so... But you still have, like, the bigger watch audience on YouTube, so, like, if you upload something for your 15K subscribers, you know, unless they've just totally moved on and put that channel to sleep, at least some of them are gonna see the new content from you. I have 37 subscribers. If I'm since I need to make sure I'm counting you. Yeah, I want to say I've got 37. I'm really tiny. But I'm trying to make it on this platform, and I'm trying to do it in a way that maybe even the man that I hold in especially high regard didn't do that way at first, and that is through walkthrough Let's Plays. I think I've mentioned this a few times on stream before. Let me make sure I'm not missing messages. Well, on Twitch you had like 8 average viewers. Wow. Well, that's what, like, your fresh face over on Twitch, relatively speaking. So it actually does make some sense that you're getting new viewers on Twitch. People are like, ooh, fresh new face? And especially for Just Chatting. Just Chatting is actually the most popular stream category on Twitch. So after thinking about it for a few minutes, I actually find your success not all that surprising, but it is still endearing nonetheless. Yeah, so these days people are growing communities everywhere and are kind of like using social media to sort of like shove them into a collective somehow. That way the people on YouTube or Twitch are both getting their content, or, you know, other platforms. Trovo, Kick, Odyssey, Rumble, so on and so forth. And Instant too, I keep forgetting that. And then brought them on your Instant, promoted your Twitch, so yeah. See, you're already on top of it, Axel. You're already on top of it. You know the things to say and the things to do. If there's anyone who has their head on straight for content creation, it's Axel. Please go check her out again, by the way. Now, where am I? What am I trying to do? Maybe go over here? I can hear a lift going up and down. Nah, but thanks. You're welcome. Look, anytime. Look, we content creators have to stick together. Not big versus small. I don't really care about that. You could have had 100,000 subscribers and an average viewer count of like 45, and I'd say the same thing. It takes a village. We all kind of need to work together. And that's something I think that Dan Clancy has started to embrace, because it's less punishing to collaborate with other streamers. It's generally less punishing to reach out on multiple platforms. You don't need to necessarily make different content for YouTube and Twitch. It's purely a logistical argument now, and not a, oh, well, there are legal things. You like the help between streamers on Twitch? Me too. And I think people were generally helping. Even just the feature to raid is really nice. I agree. Now that Twitch has kind of like endured some burning, I think people, as long as there's a legitimate, genuine audience when you raid, it's nice. You just don't want to raid people when it's just you and yourself. That doesn't really help channels. People used to do this all the time, where they would raid, so they would go live for like 2 seconds just to raid their favorite streamer, which it's nice. The fanfare is nice and everything, but that doesn't exactly help out the algorithmic growth all that much. It's nice to see people kind of come to a bit of a full circle on that. We wanted to do a raid yesterday, but it was a little too late at the end, and you only had 3 viewers. As long as you have at least one other one, you're always welcome to raid here. Of course, if you streamed, let me back that up a bit. As long as you streamed, you're welcome to do a raid here anytime. And I'll do my best to keep an eyeball on your streams when you're doing them, but the general rule of thumb I like to use when I'm determining whether to raid or not is, do I have an audience with me? If I have an audience with me, okay, I'll go figure out if I can raid somewhere, unless I gotta go edit something or something along those lines. If I'm busy, okay, cut and run. But otherwise, I'll at least attempt to make the determination of whether to raid or not. I would have definitely raided you yesterday, but you ended your stream later than me. You ended your stream later than me. But I'm always happy if I could bring just one person here. Aw, thanks, and likewise. I'm trying to remember yesterday. Yes, I ended stream a little bit early yesterday. No, I didn't. I ended up having to go over like 13 plus minutes. I guess them's the consequences for the stream length. How long did you stream yesterday, out of curiosity? Obviously, I can go look at that in the VOD section, but I'm just curious if you remember offhand. While I'm here, there's not like a... I think the whole goal of this is just to drop down. Three hours, like exactly 3 hours? Yes. So I stream an hour longer than you do. I'm trying to make sure I'm being absolutely careful with things I say here. So I stream a bit longer than you do, but I think our times are like adjusted just so that when we're either ending at about the same time, scheduling, right? Or I'm ending like slightly before you. So it's something I'll make sure I'm paying. Why did the camera switch there? The camera just switched there. Alright, interesting. Oh, that's why the camera's switching. Cool. Yeah, I think we probably ended our streams at almost the same time. That's what I'm thinking too. The VOD will definitely confirm it for sure. Okay, so it's definitely over there. Alright, chat. Here's where I'm gonna whip out the save state. And you guys are about to see why. Look at this room. It's like a little pinball machine type thing. It's a really nice 2.5D section. But unfortunately, this room is going to be really hard to get right. And if you don't have hover boots in here, you're not going to be able to control your landing. So you need the hover boots. It's a really neat room. All right, so what do we have down here? A switch. Oh, this, we're at the bottom. Okay, I know where we are. Because if we drop down, yeah, okay, I know where we are. And it's nice that we got a key. Now we need to just kind of drop down and do this other part. I would love for the camera to return to normal, thank you. Yeah, okay, so this is definitely different between the patches. When I was here during the playtest, these platforms also weren't here, which is fine. I do love when layouts like this are changed. I just wasn't expecting it, you know? I think it's cool that Debug Log decided to de-Kaizo this a bit. It's why I've been careful with calling this hack Kaizo. I'm sorry, Muzubashi. I don't think it's Muzubashi. I don't think it's hard. I just think it maybe requires... That was a mistake and a half. I don't think it's necessarily, like, almost impossible to beat. I just think it requires some execution of the game that maybe some people might not be fully invested in doing. And the Abyss is like the perfect extension of what I'm talking about when I say this. Because now that we have all these tools, all these ways to get around, you really do have to kind of know what you're doing in here. You can't just, oh, I'll figure it out. You need to have a real game plan for when you're moving between these areas. And you gotta be patient. I know, that's something else that I'm sort of figuring out about Debug Log's puzzles, is sometimes they require waiting. And that's like a #1 weakness of gamers, it seems, is like waiting. People don't like waiting for whatever reason. Okay, we actually have the one I wanted, the switch I wanted to press. Now I can show you guys this room. Oh, this room. You guys are gonna love this room. And I'm gonna love this room too. In the fact that I absolutely freaking do not love this room. Yeah, look at this like nasty space we're in. This was in the pink switch room. Just grody. And to make matters worse, it's a silver rupee puzzle. Which means we have to traipse all throughout this like tall vertical section and collect these silver rupees to get through what we need to get through in this section. Okay. Let me just platform up there, please. Thank you. Did I just walk through that silver rupee? I don't think I walked through the silver rupee, but I thought I did for a minute. Also, let me go out on a limb here and say that I wouldn't be surprised if the Abyss were the whole episode, because this place is huge. Did I seriously just... I sure did. This place is massive. We've been in here for 2 hours. Admittedly, it's probably as big as the factory, yes. I'm willing to actually probably bet, just due to the sheer size of the rooms, probably larger than the factory. Because this place is not meant to be a dungeon. It's meant to be a place. Like an in-between for the dungeons. Because between the Abyss and the library is the Death Temple, where the Shadow Medallion is. Okay, that is sloped. I do want to be careful. Can we walk on this? We can walk on it. Okay, cool. Anything else? Just this last rupee, right? That was really cool. I do like the fact that I took no damage from that fall. Yeah, I would definitely say this place is at least as large as the factory, and probably a little bit larger than that. What I'm really curious to see is, like the desert areas were huge, but they were huge in like the vast way. I'm really curious to see if Ganon's tomb, which is the Ganon's tomb is the temple for the desert, I'm almost sure. I'm curious to see, like, how large the tomb is going to be in comparison to a place like the Abyss or the factory. Key? Is it a key? It is a bomb tube, not a key. Okay. I won't say no to some bomb chews. Remote mines are never a bad thing. I think this is to help us... Yeah, that's exactly what this is for. This is to make sure we can actually climb up to the very tippy top of that ledge. Nice. I love easy shortcuts. Now, from memory, I want to say, is this one of the locked doors? I'm not 100% sure. Let's go find out. We have easy ways to get back up now. No! Get up, get up, get up, get up. Get out of there. I don't want to be in the like room anymore. Can I say that what, I just want to applaud the change in like. I like that it's this faster, scarier-than-life creature that, like, consumes flesh. This is what I thought Nintendo might have wanted when they designed the like, for, you know, earlier games as well as this one originally, like the base game, Ocarina of Time. But can I say that I hate the new visual? Or I don't... Hate's a strong word. I like the visual in that I think it, you know, it enhances the scariness of the monster and the creepy factor, but I hate the noise that it makes. I really do not like that noise. That is the thing that is getting me right now, is that noise. I do not like that like room for that reason. Same, thanks, appreciate it. It's just the noise. Bambi... Bambi are venison. All your Bambi are venison. Aniv, what's with the Bambi? I think Aniv is so funny today. I agree. I mean, Aniv isn't technically wrong. If you kill Bambi and cook it, yes, you get venison. Congratulations, you've eaten deer meat. But the sentence is like, it simultaneously evokes all your base are belong to us, but it also evokes just this, yep, this is AI, this is what AI says. Aniv has been very funny today, and I'm so glad we have decided to keep it, really and truly. I try not to make comments on the votes that we are on, like the subjects that we vote on until after the vote is done. I try to just push the vote and push people to go decide what to do about it. Because if I start, you know, adding my own commentary onto the vote or why I think this or that, I've encountered a phenomenon where people don't want to inhibit the streamer necessarily. So they'll just vote for whatever the streamer is talking about? At least in regards to me. So I've learned, if I don't want to influence people's vote, I'd better not push it, push the subject beyond telling people to go vote on it and saying, you know, why it's important. I try to leave it at that. Okay, I need to know where this pit goes, and I'm almost positive this pit's... Yeah, look. Thank goodness I start back in the beginning. So that was the like trypophobia type room. I'm glad my sibling's not here. My sibling actually has trypophobia, and so like the random, you know, circle textures would bother them greatly. Where are we? I think we're near the boss room, actually. Oh no, we're in this section, the 2D section. And is it supposed to be missing a wall here? It was missing this in my playtest, so I know for sure it's also missing when, you know, I'm not like making stuff up or anything. I'm just curious as to why it doesn't have a wall here. Or if it is, it's like covered by fog, maybe. Wait, there's no chest. Yeah, it is very interesting gameplay. I love the fact that debug log, Nimpai's Adventure also did this as well, where Nimpai's Adventure, which is an actual legitimate Kaizo hack, or a Muzubashi style hack, excuse me, where the game is like obtusely difficult to the point of needing save states sometimes. Also played around with fixing the camera for 2D sections. I think Nimpai's and this game are like the only two mod-ROMs that do this. I think possibly... I forget if it's Master of Time or Time Lost, but I know one of the others also does it, like at least in one room. I'll be interested in seeing if whether or not Indigo or some of the other like upcoming mod-ROMs. Ooh, nice, we got a boss key. I'm interested in seeing, oh, now we need to go back through here. Okay, got it. Message received, game. Message received. Gibdo alert. Off me. Off me. Ugh. Roped by a Gibdo. Don't like that. I do think... Oh, these enemies didn't load the first time, which is, like, very weird. Yeah, that's very strange. The enemies did... Only that redead in the middle loaded the first time. I think there were also some loading issues. I'm not sure if it's a bug, though. It could be to make the journey harder on the way back. I'd have to go see what everyone's assessment about that in the Hylian modding Discord is. For those who don't know, you can find a whole bevy, a whole slew of Ocarina of Time mods over on the Hylian modding Discord. You could just type in Hylian modding on your search bar, or the relative French equivalent, or the Romanian or Italian equivalents for those in the respective browsers, and you will probably find it. The Hylian modding Discord is one of the ones that is especially inclusive towards people. There is a... It's kind of a joke among the people on the French people in that Discord. There's a specific French channel called Baguette that's in there. And everyone in that particular portion of the Discord speaks French. There's also ones for German and Spanish, since I want to say the German one is called Schnitzel, and I'm not sure what the Spanish one is called. But they're all labeled after like food items, which is, I think, kind of a cute way of distinguishing the different languages to an English audience, so they know, hey, you know, once you go in there and see the language, yeah, you know, if you don't speak that language or you don't understand that language, maybe don't go in there, etc., etc. So half of it is just like an internal joke, and the other half of it is definitely, you know, to help out the English speakers more than anything. There might be one for Japanese too. Not 100% sure. But yeah, if you want all of the like interesting Mod-ROM titles, I do highly recommend looking into the Hylian Modding Discord. I'm there mostly to keep like eyes on various Mod-ROM projects more than anything else. Okay, what else is in this room? What do I need to do that I have not done yet? I want to get us out of the wind room before I continue. Not that I don't think people could handle. Since we have Spotify Wrapped this week, what were your highlights? I have no idea. I hardly ever use Spotify, if I'm being honest. I might have to poke around and see, you know, on like the Spotify app on my phone. I haven't cracked it open in a very long time. My folks pay for YouTube Premium, and because I'm a synthwave enjoyer, and a lot of synthwave isn't syndicated yet, it's not mainstream enough, so there's no syndication for it. I have to get my synthwave fix on YouTube. It's about the only place where you're gonna find it, really. What are your favorite singers? Oh gee. I'm a rock band enthusiast. One of the ones that I generally like is Red more than anything else, but my musical tastes are a bit kind of all over the place. I know I have a section on Spotify dedicated to Michael Bublé, and I know that I also have another one dedicated to Sam Sparrow, which is like a new disco R&B hip-hop kind of guy. So, and I'm quite finicky with R&B hip-hop disco, but Sam Sparrow is one of the ones I generally like. So, like I said, my tastes are kind of all over the place, but for the most part, I would say a lot of the music that I have on Spotify is rock, or rock related. Hard rock, metal, alternative, that type of thing. But these days, especially when I'm trying to be, you know, sanitized and appropriate, because not all rock or hip hop, or is that a floor master? Or wall master? Come on, wall master, come this way. You love rock and metal and as well? Blah, blah, blah. Awesome. What kind of rock and metal do you enjoy? Obviously the metal is the really heavy stuff, but there's even there are even differences among that. I know one of the types of metal I really enjoy is symphonic metal or symphonic rock that includes other instruments. There's this band called Camelot that I listen to, Kamelot, with Tommy Karavik as the singer, and they produce a lot of really lovely hits. Symphonic is definitely amazing. I agree. And the best part is that if Camelot ever has to do any like screaming, They just bring in a female rock or a female metal artist to do the screaming. Karavik's voice does not really handle the screaming of metal quite well. That goes to other folks. But instead what you get is the operatic singing that really makes Camelot its own thing to listen to. Okay, I'm kind of wandering in a circle now. I do need to figure out where I'm going. I think I need to go back into the room where the blue bubble is. I don't think there's anything else for me here. Right. I wanted to get us out of the wind room at least. Well, we're out of the wind room, but I'm not sure I like this room any better. Once I kill the bubbles off, we'll probably be fine. Okay, so we're gonna take our second break in here. I've been a little bit late on the shilling today, but I don't think anyone minds that. Nobody really likes shilling in the first place. Of course, I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out with me. And it's nice to talk about other stuff besides gaming too. I could definitely enjoy like a good spot of pilot commentary, but I know that's not the most entertaining thing in the world. So I appreciate people putting up with that. So I've talked about following and subscribing. If you guys ever feel like financially supporting me, which is never required to be here, I really want people to know that. But if you do decide to financially support me, I do have multiple avenues for this for you guys on Twitch. And you want to be like Twitch mains, so to speak. I recommend the Tier 1 $6 US subscription. It cuts out the ads completely. If you're a content creator, it opens up collaboration options with me on a greater level than what you would normally have. It gives you priority on multiplayer queues. It lets me count your votes twice. There's a lot of really nice benefits among the Tier 1 package. It's the best bang for your buck. And it gives me half and gives Bezos the rest. So if you don't like giving Jeff Bezos a whole bunch of money, I really recommend the Tier 1 subscription instead. I promise I will read that comment in just a moment. For you guys on YouTube, I really recommend that you check out Patreon or Ko-fi. There is semi-exclusive content on Patreon and Ko-fi. It generally stays exclusive for a month and then it rolls out to YouTube so that I can still generate some kind of traction on it. We have a Dragon Age Origins Let's Play, and the first episode on YouTube will become public on the 11th of this month. So if you guys are like, I can't afford Patreon or Ko-fi, don't worry, you're about to get your first taste of what the journey for Dragon Age Origins is going to be like. We're starting with Leliana's song. $2 a month, which is as low as I can set it. We'll get you all these fantastic benefits and more. It just won't cut out the ads. And honestly, if I could make the Twitch price $2, I would also do that. But I can't. So I appreciate any amount of support, but otherwise I'll do this as long as I can, and then when I can't, okay, we'll figure out what to do as a community from that point onward. Thanks for putting up with my shilling. Really appreciate it. I'm going to catch up on comments, and then we're going to take our second commercial break. Most listened artists this year were... Oh, geez. Those diacritic marks... Karija? I don't know if it's the long A or the short A on those. Baby Lasagna and Megara. Okay. Discovered all in Eurovision? Nice. I'm trying to remember if I had anything along those lines. I listened to him on occasion. I know Vil Velo has like a new project. I know it's Vil Velo and the Agents or something like that. Or Vil Velo's Agents. But I have listened to him. I do like that sort of rock. Like Euro rock. It's nice stuff. So my tastes are kind of all over the place. At the same time, the general theme is either if I'm trying to, you know, push for the syndicated stuff, it's rock, Christian rock, metal, alt rock, hard rock, so on and so forth, with some occasional other stuff thrown in there. I come from a country-born household here in the U.S. My dad and my mom was an oldies enjoyer, and my dad was country music all the way through. That was the stuff I was exposed to the most often. So, how ironic that me in the country boys household enjoys anything but. And I'm quite picky about R&B, rap, and hip-hop. Very picky about that. But most music I'm generally willing to give a fair shake. Well, chat, I'd love to continue this conversation, and I will continue it when we return, but I do need to go check on my dogs, and go ahead and take our commercial break. So you guys know the spiel by this point. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time, and I'll be happy to pick up this conversation after I return. See you guys after the break. Thank you so very much. back. So sorry about that. Hopefully everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break, whether it is working on something in private or, you know, sitting and watching the ads play funny stuff or what have you. I know I got my, you know, stretch break in. Thanks to everybody again for putting up with the, you know, adverts and everything. We got some stuff to do in the Abyss. Let's get back to it, shall we? So I want to say it's over in the hallway where the blue bubble is, right? No, it's over here where we press that switch. There is a locked... Is there a locked door? I know I could use some health pickups though. That I know for sure. And at this point, I hate to say it, but with how much health we have, even like an auto res from a fairy is not very appealing. I don't know under what circumstances I have to mention how, like, you know, how twisted this all is, but normally a fairy is like overpowered in Ocarina of Time. When you've got enough health that even the fairy, and you know, it's changed to the restore 8 hearts on death. Nice. So I have to fall straight down, huh? Okay, it's got to be through here. Yeah, there's the locked door. I thought as much. Ooh, cool. We have a gossip stone. What do you got to say? When you overcome the darkness of the past, you'll learn the ability to see the truth. Oh, this is telling... I know what this is saying, chat. You ready? It says, when you overcome the darkness of the past, you'll learn the ability to see the truth. Let's pair that with another from a different quote from the entrance to the Death Temple, which says... You can basically only enter once you have defeated your dark doppelganger and have power of the 3 medallions. I think we're gonna have to fight Dark Link to get the Lens of Truth. Which, for those who don't know, Dark Link's health total is based on your own. And based off your max hearts, specifically. So we have 20 hearts. We have 20 hearts. So Dark Link be taking a long time to die because of when we decided to come here. This is actually a slight punishment against us. So I think you're actually encouraged to come to the Abyss early, pretty much as soon as you have the hover boots, and then get the Lens of Truth. If you guys want to see a playthrough where that actually happens, please check out Soul's Midnight. They basically went to the Abyss in episode 5, I want to say, and had the Lens of Truth nice and early. Meanwhile, I'm over here thinking, oh, I'm clearly I must be doing something correct to sort of wait. No, I think I'm actually playing inoptimally by not having the Lens of Truth already at this point. That's just what I think personally. That Redead just came back. Cool. I think we're hitting the bottom of the big giant room. Yeah, we're hitting the bottom end. As reference, after we entered the initial area in the Abyss, like we dropped down and we had that cross-sectional room that led to the Death Temple, and we took a couple of turns and ended up marching through here. This is the bottom of that room. I want to make a note here that we can't actually fall to reach the fall from, say, this hand here to reach this like stone bridge here. We'll actually void out if we try to do that. Just thought I would, you know, give ourselves a reference point for where we actually are in this place. I think it's really cool. And I want to say the puzzle that's here... Oh, shoot. You know what I just realized? We have to go back, chat. We gotta go back. There's a room. There's a room we didn't go into. Do you guys remember the room with the spinning platforms and the, where there was like a... There was a boss key we couldn't get? We actually need to go back and grab that. Just real quick. Oops. Like, big omega oops. Yikes. But I do want to say the end of that dungeon is toward the, the end of that stone bridge. I'm pointing off to my right like it's helping you guys. Anyone else do that? You know, like, I talk with my hands, so I gesture with them all the time, but, I have to remember that what you guys can see is basically from the top of my head to, like, the mid portion of my chest, and anything that's not in view is stuff you guys can't see. Anyone else do that? You know, make that mistake of just, you know, not adjusting the gesturing. Gosh, my neighbors are extra noisy right now, to the point I almost struggle to hear you. Do I need to turn up the volume? Let me see what I can do to adjust that. It's fine? Okay. If you say it's fine, it's fine. I just want to make sure that if I need to turn it up, I can do that. Just your neighbors? Tisk tisk. Noisy neighbors, am I right or am I right? Aniv, you're replying to Axel? Oh my god. Be good. Do it. What are you wanting Axel to do, Aniv? Do I need to time you out, Aniv? Do I need to do that? If Axel wants me to time you out, I'm gonna do it. And if you know, reply to someone over what might clearly be... If you pointlessly reply to a message, I might do it anyway, Aniv. Just give you a 100-second timeout. This is not where I wanted to go in the slightest. Yes, exactly, Axel. Do what? This is the part where I say the AI comments for you to do something. Doesn't elaborate. Leaves. Insert that meme here. Okay, so I think it's like this room, right? Nope. This is the wrong room. Just gotta go through one of these 4 corners until we find the correct one. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one right here. So thankfully we don't have to do much in this room. We just gotta go back and get that boss key and then we're good to go. Is this room in particular? And then we'll be that much closer to getting out of the abyss and back to the desert. Because again, this place ain't my cup of tea. I do like what Debug Log has put together, but I don't mesh well with these types of environments. I'm excited for what lies at the bottom of the abyss. I can't wait to be out of here more than anything, though. Because we're approaching the part of the abyss I've actually not done yet. I know everything up to the boss door, and I do not know anything past the boss door. It's not here. We need to go in the opposite direction? Yeah, we need to go in the opposite direction. Yeah, actual discovery. Nice. Yeah, I prefer the streams where I'm not, shoot. I just took a right again. Okay, yeah, I like discovering things. I want to leave the, you know, walkthrough, let's play stuff for, like, the videos. Of course it'd be the one path I didn't take, right? And I enjoy guiding people through stuff. I like making walkthroughs, believe it or not. I do enjoy that activity, but... Damn, dude, you want to just die then? Alright. I can hear you down there, though. That's the real thing. Yeah, actual unaliving of oneself. And I hate that I have to say that, but I think in this context, since we're trying to be a little bit witty with it, I don't mind saying the term unaliving oneself. I want to say suicide, save suicide for moments of actual gravitas, actual real seriousness. And then in that case, you know, I'm going to dispense with playing the meta games and just call things for what they really are. So it's like, I don't mind if people come up with alternative terms for generally talking about something, but once we actually hit the subject matter at hand and it's time to get serious, especially if you're actually using your voice to talk about it, just say the words. Corporations are already trying to be on the right side of this, on the right side of the subject matter in the first place. So you have very little to use. You have very little to lose by using the appropriate words. Except maybe sponsors, but, you know, then at that point it's kind of like review your individual sponsorship contract more than anything. I don't know. I simultaneously don't mind and don't like the current meta level games that people have to play when it comes to words like suicide. I don't like it. But I understand why things are that way. So I'm curious what's up there. We have the boss key, but this wouldn't be a 100% playthrough if, you know, we didn't take the chance to derail ourselves. Perhaps maybe go look someplace. Oh. Oh, this is definitely going to open up a shortcut. The question is... Oh, it's literally a switch. It's sad it's considered as a bad word in social media. Yeah, it's more than anything, it's really just the whole sponsorship game. Sponsorships, or strictly the companies that employ sponsorships, just don't want to be caught up in controversy. It's, from a business perspective, it's understandable. They want to be safe. They want to make money. That's what they care about. On the surface, I don't mind that. But on a deeper level, at some point, you gotta take the corpo masks off and have to start being legitimate human beings. Corporations aren't people, but they're made of groups of people. They're made of people making the collective conscious decision to put a mask over their humanity. Yeah, true, but like even people in comments need to censor themselves or you get in trouble. Yeah, it is bad. And even if the video is like correct, right, I could still imagine you having to do that. Now I have a couple of questions. Are we ready to see Dark Link, everybody? I hope we are, because that's what's next. Okay, I thought that was next. Turns out we actually still need to platform to get there. Is there anything past there I need to worry about? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Oh, please don't tell me we're fighting in this. Please don't tell me we're fighting on small little platforms with spikes and hands. I hate this. Oh my god. We are gonna have to fight in this, aren't we? Oh, there's like an ice switch there. Okay. Sorry I'm not chattering about the previous subject at hand. I'm really taken aback by the, what I have to do here. This is new for me. Like, I knew that the boss room was a doozy, but I didn't actually see the part where it was a doozy, if you see what I'm saying. I didn't actually see that room. And excuse me while I focus for a second. Actually, I don't want to fall here and have to redo this all over. Okay, is there actually anything here? No. At least not in Focus while watching 2. Fair enough. Sorry, I know that's like, you know, bad form for me as an entertainer, but yeah, I thought that might be a flame shooter. Still feel entertained because it's like a high stress moment, right? And there's like there's supposed to be some tension there. I should really stop being afraid to go silent every so often. I just know sometimes I'll go silent because I'm actually anxious, and instead of talking through what makes me anxious, you know, allowing people to see the human underneath the content persona, I just lock up. So I try not to let myself do that. But I think here, I genuinely enjoy your streams. Thank you. I appreciate that, Axel. That means a lot. More than I could possibly express with my emotions. Sincerely. I'm glad you find them enjoyable. Shoot. No! Okay. 1/2 done. I'm not save stating this. I can do this. Okay. Whew. Oh my good gobbledy goodness. Just wow. That I felt heart palpitations. That's how stressful that was. I felt heart palpitations during that. Now for the real boss. That was just the platforming gauntlet. This... Really, debug log? Give me the boss already. What is with all these, like, strange rooms? Okay, here we are. There he is, chat. Dark Link, our doppelganger. And we've come in with 2 red potions, our armor breaker, which will be immensely useful for the fight. Once we reach a certain point. And this, which I'm really curious to see what Dark Link is gonna do. I think in the base game, he just jumps around all willy-nilly. It hates the gaze of you. I'm pretty sure this is more like put the words out of a translator. I'm pretty sure in the content update, it's very kind. Yes, Axel. I think this wants to say it hates the sight of you. Oh, cool. We could just do this. Nehru's love plus Bigoron sword equals instant win. Oh my god! Oh my god! Can I? I'm sorry, I'm yelling into the mic. I know, but I was not expecting that to go over as weirdly as it did. So for those who don't know and haven't spotted the vanilla reaction, so in vanilla, when you put up Nehru's love, generally you don't have the Bigoron sword at this point, and Aniv, I will address that momentarily. So Link puts up his shield, right? And your jump attacks don't usually land. So it's supposed to be really difficult. And playing the normal way with your Master Sword or whatever, Dark Link mimics all your slashes. And, you know, basically reads your buttons. So you're just always clashing with Dark Link. The fight's actually real stupid in vanilla. But here, apparently, because I have the Bigoron sword, or excuse me, the really tempered nail knife, and Nehru's love, that went from being difficult to a complete joke. I'll take it. I'll take it because I'd rather not be in the abyss for another second. Beyond, you know, going here to the Death Temple, but the Moveman Nodders. The Moveman Nodders. What's Nodders, Aniv? Aniv is on point. You know, at least Aniv said something resembling hype. You found the lens of truth. Set it to C and press C to look through it. It's said that in the distant desert, it was used to find the secrets in Ganon's tomb. Its use costs magic power, so press C again to stop using it. So the model is still a vanilla lens of truth, but look at this. We're wearing binocs with a unilens on it. Really freaking cool. Is that it? Are any secrets in this room? I know, yes. Look, I'm already rewarded with treasure. Anything else? No, I don't see anything else in here. All right, let's get out of here. Are you gonna put us back in the library game, or are you gonna put us back into the surface of the abyss? Library. Good. We've just been through hell, haven't we? Everything feels more like an illusion than reality, but we made it here alive. Abyss is not the place to seal the Shadow Medallion. But don't despair. Maybe the desert holds some treasure that requires the lens of truth to see? Let's go. We can breathe easy, chat. We made it out of hell. The abyss. And you guys might be asking yourselves, what do we do with this lens, with the lens of truth? Where can we use this? Well, there are a couple things we can do, but none of them are here in town. With the exception of maybe the Cursed House, but we've already been through the Cursed House. We just literally walked through the, you know, illusory walls. It's fine. what we're actually gonna do with, what we could do is check the paintings and just see if there's something else to beware in this museum. Because if you guys will recall from the previous stream, the museum was actually shuttered. We made it out of the sweatshop. And because we killed this man's like, he's just decided to shut down the museum. Couldn't be me. I would still be. The Monster Museum is itself, you know, worthy of being open. Yeah, the man was just butthurt he lost his like. So let's see if there's anything in here worth our time. There were a couple of paintings I thought looked funny, but... we exhibit honest work. Yeah, I don't actually think we... Yeah, I actually think most of the stuff relating to the Lens of Truth is gonna be in the desert. I might make a scout file here, if I'm being honest with you guys. You know, after we get done with the stream, of course. And I might fiddle around and see what I can find. If there's anything at all. But I can really imagine that most of the Lens of Truth related stuff is gonna be in the desert, where it makes some sense to have it. Because in Vanilla, in Ocarina of Time, you needed the Lens of Truth to navigate through the haunted wasteland and get to the Spirit Temple. And you needed it to see through some illusory walls in below the well. You also kinda needed it for some stuff in Ganon's Tower. In Ganon's Tower, and one or two things in the Gerudo training ground. But you really could honestly kind of ignore Lens of Truth. I'm curious to see what it does in this game. There's also still the matter of the train segment, which if I'm being quite honest with you, I think I'm still gonna put that off for a tad bit longer. Like we have Nehru's Love, but that's not gonna help us deal with the trains any. That might keep us from getting hurt, but it's gonna make our life miserable for the time being. I'm really hoping we get some other option to deal with the tank heads rather than what we have right now. In the meantime, though, let's return to the desert. Where do I want to put that? Here? Sure, something like this. And of course we don't have the bonfire, so we do have to navigate back on, well, not on foot, but on foot a certain amount of the time. A certain portion of that distance, but eventually we'll be able to return back to where we were. Epona, are you gonna listen to us? Or am I gonna have to go into Hyrule Field to collect you? Looks like I'm going to Hyrule Field to collect you. Who would have thunk that this space is too narrow to call Epona? She sometimes listens in that space, though. It's just kind of buggy sometimes. I do feel like we're closing up on the final third of the game. I actually feel like it might not be that long before, you know, we do whatever is required for the 100% cleanup, and then we're on to Breath of the Wild. But this game feels like it's been more than 15 hours. Let's see. Just from the number of streams we've done, it's been at least 20. At least 20. And I couldn't be happier. So if you guys are wondering, you know, what kind of content you're gonna get out of Sands of Time, you're gonna get more than 15 hours worth if you go for everything. You might get less if you just focus on the game. So I encourage you to take your time with it. Please take your time, explore the environment. Try to go for 100%, or at the very least, get enough Skulltulas for the Skulltula rewards. Something along those grounds will help you get your mileage out of mod-ROMs and ROM hacks like these. Of course, if you guys want another one where, you know, it plays like base game, and you get your full 40 hours, then I recommend Sealed Palace. It's a ROM hack made by Jinosuke Shupi and Kernel of Corn, excuse me. And it basically tells a story about some, I want to say it's like 40 years in the future, or like 8 years in the future. It's something along those timelines. And it explores the timeline of what if the hero failed at their task. It's mostly a level hack. That's what you're getting out of it, is just different levels and like the occasional quality of life stuff. But if you guys want a basic ROM hack to get you started that's more than like a few hours, then yeah, do check out the Sealed Palace, which you can find. I'm pretty sure you can search that in the YouTube search bar, and that'll get you where you need to be. You can also search for the Hylian Modding Discord, and there should be a pinned patch file in the Discord, in the relevant Sealed Palace Discord channel. And just like that, we're back to the border village. One nice quality of life feature is we can use the Lens of Truth on D-pad. In vanilla, you would have to assign that to a C button and use it that way. So it's nice to be able to toggle it on and off pretty much at will. It's nice to have that. You always love to take the time? Good. Then I think you will get mileage out of something like this, should you ever choose to play it, Axel. I don't know how you feel regarding mod-ROMs or what have you, but if you do enjoy them like I do, or you're at least open to the possibility of playing through something like this, I think you would have a fun time. And there's plenty of hard rock and metal references to go around too, which kind of seems to be the norm for these grittier, larger-than-life ROM hacks. Okay, so what exactly do we have here? There were two ways we could go, one of which was through a maze, and the other of which was down toward the bottom, if I recall correctly. And it was always tough to figure out. We kind of looked down both passageways and came back up for air sooner than expected. I think I'm gonna try to go through the house first, because I want to say that is a shorter experience, just straight up. Just gonna be up here. Remember, kids, pay your guards well, and they won't abandon your town to the wolves like this. Because essentially what happened here was that the Gerudo attacked. The Gerudo attacked, and the guard captain didn't think this town was worth saving. So, the border village was just left to the wolves, and this is what's left afterwards, just that. Okay, there's nothing leading us to that bridge up there. So, this is... We kind of just have one path to go, so let's take it.
Listen,
Watch out. It's not the usual sandy place down there. It's quicksand. Maybe there's a way to stand on it without being swallowed? Wording. Manny, you gotta work on that, hun. Wording. Oh, well, I guess in this case it's me being the pervert. No! What am I listening to for ambient? Is this just like... It's just like ambient horror? Is that what I'm hearing in the background? It's fine, I guess, but I'm glad it kind of... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is it's kind of like ambient horror. Okay, there are more rats and they're under there. Let's just go get these rats out of the way. Now we can put a crate down there in peace. This kind of reminds me of the light temple in Master of Time, where you had these like thin beams that you needed to use your hover boots on in order to kind of like you walk from one end to the other. This kind of gives me those vibes. Oh, are we gonna have to do a double crate puzzle? This feels like a double crate puzzle for some reason. I'm gonna take that other crate with us, just in case. I can always drop it if I think it's gonna break or we don't actually need it. This feels like, I know, it's the whole Mario Maker thing, right? We're doing the Mario Maker thing of taking random objects with us, but, why would they give us 2 crates except, you know, for a little bit of leeway, right? Okay, we didn't need it. That's fine. Well, that was an easy one-sided room. Definitely don't mind that. So now we have this room here. And we have a locked room. What was in the other free room? Was this, the other free room was like a water maze, right? No, it was this room. Where was the water maze then? Was that back in the other room? I don't want to proceed yet. And of course, this is a dungeon. So let's go make sure, let's go make sure the water maze is like a separate area and not part of the same dungeon. Sorry, I know we're doing the whole back and forth thing, but I'm trying to be thorough and be as efficient as possible with the backtracking. If there's backtracking, I'd like to avoid it for this area, especially because we don't have the bonfire yet. So coming through here is kind of painful. Okay, this was that area we were in yesterday right before we closed the stream out. We were trying to get our way through this really hard to navigate maze. And the reason it was really hard is because of the freaking like that's about to assault me. No, the reason that it's hard is that it's this giant grid with nowhere for us to go. It just kind of loops in over itself over and over. Where does that open? That's a fast timer. trying to listen for where this this like gate is opening, because that's what the crystal switch is doing, right? You guys can hear that too? It's opening a gate. And we don't have much time to get there. Hate this already. Where are you? Right there. And there are likes around every corner, ready to give you the suck. Oh, I set the mug right on top of that mouse wire. There's a huge party in the dorm tonight. You're so hating it. Man, it's almost like people shouldn't be partying in student dorms. And it's supposed to be a place to be quiet and peaceful.
Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck.
I edited that in Audacity, and I am so proud of that audio edit. It's perfect. It's perfect. I had to find the exact moment where he said, because the proper word he says, or the statement he says, "Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor." So like SUCCOR. I had to figure out the exact point where the O started and the C stopped. I'm super happy with myself over that edit. And yes, that's what these likes are doing. They are granting us suck, and we do not want the suck. They will take away our HP and kill us until we escape. And we have to kind of like mash buttons to get out. It is hilarious. I was focused on challenge running for a while, and I very much can be again. All I would have to do at some point is to say, okay, we've worked on enough projects. I feel it's about time. You know, we're gonna go back to Elden Ring Reforged challenge running, and I'm gonna be, we're gonna be picking right back up where we left off, and that's what all that soundboard stuff was for. I do like it as general purpose, you know, meme fodder though. I don't know too many people who put their own soundboards on, that's not true. There are tons of people who put soundboard redemptions that they've made onto like redemptions for users. And I actually heard it's not uncommon for people to record themselves saying X or Y and using them for alerts either. I know Alexandri, one of the YouTubers I watch, he does this with his alerts on stream. He's actually recorded himself saying this or that and has fine-tuned the audio because he went to school to be an audio engineer. So his audio is very crisp, very clean. And I always enjoy what he has to say for Let's Plays, whether it's what is it, Nihon Falcon series? So like the Trails of Falcom, that's it, Nihon Falcom. So that would be like a Trails of series, or the East, as in YS, East line of games. His commentary is very crisp and clean for those, and I always enjoy listening to it. It's something I strive for in my own audio, although I know my mic isn't perfect. This Blue Yeti mic that I have is 9 years old? 8 years old? It's an old mic. It's been through quite a bit. I know I need a new one, and I need one that sounds crisp, clean, because Blue Yetis are an oversensitive mic. They definitely can be, and there's definitely some audio. Okay, it's definitely this here. This is where we were trying to get to. It works fine. Thanks, Axel. I appreciate it. You don't even have a mic? Hey, you don't need to be a mic to be. You don't need to have a mic to be a streamer, but you do have to try harder, generally speaking, if you don't have one. there's a guy, I believe his name is Buffmeister. He's most known for the Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne hard mode playthrough, where he like showcases all the bosses and stuff. He doesn't have a mic. He actually types to his folks, but he has to be on top of chat engagement all the time, or else there are problems. Mike's like the last thing you needed on YouTube. Yeah, on YouTube, as long as you're not streaming, you're making like long form or short form, then yeah, you don't need to invest in a mic that hard. A basic one will do, if nothing else. There are content creators I know that use lapel mics. They literally get a nice cheap lapel mic and just audio balance. But you don't need one to make content on YouTube. A Niv? Really? At least it's relevant. The next step was going to be Mike, but well, alright, a Niv, don't be so saucy. Chill. That's that AI algorithm at work. It was listening in. It knew what you were saying, and it wasn't just spouting random gobbledygook. Saucy. And what are these emotes anyway? These are TwitchCon Hype and Dino Dance. And what is this? I use Adobe After Effects of Live Broadcaster. So, Adiv, are you secretly a streamer, my friend? Are you an AI streamer? Look, we all know about the Hatsune Miku streams. We know about the Vocaloid streams, but we're also quite plainly aware people have to put the Vocaloid streams together. They're not just sentient machines. They're not sentient programs doing this. It's random. It actually is truly people. And Niv, are you the secret Subject Zero live streamer? I'd love to earnestly know this. I imagine that's what's coming next. AI live streaming. And boy, what a scary thing that would be. You know, anything that's digital is AI. Yikes. Maybe a Niv maybe a Niv wants to give us advice to stream. Yeah, just use Adobe After Effects. You know, a company that is totally not known for promoting AI products. The most I probably use out of Adobe is like their background remover for thumbnails. And that's it. And even then, I found another one that has like a magic eraser on it, so I just, if I had a way to make a magic eraser in Krita, I'd do it. And then I wouldn't even need to use an AI algorithm to remove the backgrounds off things, so I can edit the image in peace. But that's really about the only piece of AI technology that I use, is just background stripping. And really, you don't even have to do that. How surprising is that? An AI promoting AI? I wish I could say it was novel, but unfortunately, and Axel, I think you'll agree, it is very much not a surprise. That question also has to have layers of unspoken sarcasm in it, because I'm definitely not surprised in the least. I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out with me up to this point. We're going to go ahead and take our last break for the stream. You guys know the spiel by now. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time for people on Twitch. Thank you guys so much. It's been a real pleasure. And I will see you after this last commercial break. Thanks.
Do you always have to yap? Stop right there, criminal scum!
Let's give him a squeeze.
Sorry about that, folks. I had to go take care of some dog-related issues. I am back. Oh, someone has been playing around with the audio redemptions. Cool. So, no problem. Thank you. So my two main, like, sources for the soundboard are Elden Ring and, Soul Calibur 4 through 6. You wanted to know what they sounded like before actually using them? Neato. Yeah, that's a good goal with those. I'm liking the Elden Ring ones more, but that's mostly because the voice lines for them just have slightly better polish on them. The give him a squeeze line comes from Blythe, one of the characters in Elden Ring. He is a half-man, half-wolf Empyrean, or that is a servant of the demigods of Elden Ring, so to speak. And it's one of his lines. It's really cool. I just thought it would be funny, a little bit funny out of context. That's all. Let's straighten the camera and switch over screens. Let's see if we're probably not getting through the border village, but let's try to make a bit more progress compared to last time. And I do see a journal over there. And I'm glad I poked through here. Always loved the stinger transition. Thank you. Do you want to read it? Yes, of course I want to read it. I'm a huge sapiophile. I love reading and intelligence. I have insomnia again tonight, but not for my ruined hometown. It's for the worming, disgusting noises that could be heard clearly even from the cesspool I'm hiding in. They must have found the sewer. I didn't even dare to check what creatures were causing the noise. I'm such a coward. The only thing I could do is wait. Wait for the Hylian troop to arrive. They won't find my hideout, and even if they do, they won't be able to get there. Not to mention I still have my sword. Never will I end up being as their meal? What? Are the Hylian soldiers cannibals? I don't think so. I think that's a case of words coming out of the translator again. I will survive and avenge all those who have gone. I'm really... Thank you so much for the follow. Really do appreciate it. Welcome on in. Welcome to the stream. Whether you intend to lurk or get chatty, doesn't much matter to me. I hope you enjoy the sweet emotes that come along for the ride. I'm also going to go ahead and push the Discord one last time, because that's like the biggest perk of following here on this channel ever. Just make sure I've got the targets set up accordingly. Plus, I worked really damn hard on this Discord. It's one of the things I do want to push. When I had a Discord server like earlier on in my streaming career, but I didn't really shill it. I just kind of put it in a panel and left it to the side. And I was still trying to advertise it like a benefit to the channel and just not doing enough. That I need to fix that. Niv, what are you saying? Needs more real I'm not the other day was like cough up, cough it up. I saw that 3 hits. What? I never believed we slayed million years. I need to read this again in one take. Needs more real I'm not the other day was like cough it up. I saw that 3 hits. I never believed we slayed million years. What? A Niv. Okay, you know what? I will take gobbledygook over the scary amounts of listening it was doing earlier with the whole, what was it again? The Adobe After Effects statement. I will take that. Oh, what are we holding in here? Is it a heart piece? Usually these big chests you don't have to do that much for are heart pieces. Wow, it's another bottle. Cool. Ugh, that one was especially gross to listen to. Why was that particular so gross? Oh, get out, get out, get out. Surprise, like jump scare. Okay. So this explains that hole we saw up here earlier. But that doesn't explain what the...
entry, grant me suck.
Yup. Every single one of them, man. Just give you the suck. I don't know what the combined chat doc is doing. Just... I got late because of the NAD internet? Mad internet? It's fine. It's fine, Axel. The most important thing is that bad internet. Gotcha. Most important thing is that you've got the sentiment there, and you didn't lose too much time off of it. It was almost aptly timed. Almost. Which is about as good as you can ask for off of bad internet, right? Having almost good timing. I think we can just get out of here now. Because it's like, here's this giant hideout with a gate I still don't know anything about, apparently. I'm trying to think. Yeah, there's really not much left in this maze. Gonna refresh the stream? Okay. Oh, it's probably this great now that I'm thinking on it. Alright, you hope you have less late now. Here's hoping. It could also be the frame rate of the stream. Perfect? Okay, cool, good. I'm glad to hear that a refresh of the stream. I hate saying sometimes the best piece of advice is to turn the machine off and turn it back on. But in computer programming or like computer sciences, that is literally the best thing you can do sometimes is just reset the computer. Like it forces the scripts to reset themselves and all that other fun stuff. Where is... Yeah, okay, it's like here. Is the grate like up there? No, it can't be. It's like a different grate. Oh well, we have the bottle. I think we can get out of here now. But there's still No. That passage on the second level is in the house, not in the hideout with the bottle. Okay. I just had to, like, unscramble my thoughts, and it took me a second to do that. But how does one get up here, then? Oh, this place still has so many unanswered questions. Oh, and I guess there's also the... We went through the well already, right? I guess let's just make sure we've actually done this. Ah, yes. I believe that would have been this room. Yeah, okay. I know the well and the maze with the likes is one and the same. All right, so we literally just do have to go into the house. Go from there. All right, chat. Let's try to... We've got 40 minutes on the clock. Let's see if we can't get through the rest of the border village. Really? I messed that up somehow? I must have been going at a diagonal there. Or I needed to roll there is what happened. Okay, so we're here in this room now. Hey there, Milschoolin. Welcome to the stream from YouTube. How are you doing today? In health and in spirits. I am doing okay myself. We are toward the bottom end of the stream. We have about 40 minutes left to go, and we are finally back in the desert after grabbing the lens of truth, which looks like this lovely thing, by the way. It's a custom model and everything. Doing very good. You're playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey on your channel right now? Awesome. The Assassin's Creed series is one of the ones I've been wanting to show off for a long time. I have the series up to, I want to say it's Mirage and Shadows.
What the fuck?
I am not allowed to say that. So starting from 418, I'm not allowed to say that word. Okay, let me see if I can't do this without saying any version of that word. I hope you get some mileage out of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. How are you finding it, Schooling, excuse me. Is it, oh, we're back up here, are we? Can I hook shot over? I guess I can. And I can climb up anyway. Glad there's some company today. Me, watch out. Yes, we know, it's quicksand. I just said it again. Dang it. Okay, it is 4:19. Gotta start that over. 4:19 to 4:23. I have to make sure I'm not acknowledging the NPCs with that either, I guess. But yeah, I hope you're getting some, enjoyment. Oh, I can't say yeah either. Good God. Leave it to act. It's the best possible word not to say. It is, isn't it? It is. Now I have to try to make it through the rest of this without that word. So this was where we left off during the last stream. We had this spell, and there are these platforms and other things that we couldn't see in this room because we didn't have the lens of truth. This is why we needed to go back to the abyss and grab those items, grab that item. We needed to face our dark doppelganger and collect it. Now we just kind of have to explore this place one room at a time and figure out what we can find here at the border village. Is that really all this room was just fans? I refuse to believe that. There's got to be another mechanism in here. Or I guess it could just be a passageway. Maybe the other room will make up for the lack of stuff we're finding in here. Oh, hello. Yeah, would you like to come out of there? Thanks. So what do we have in this room? We have a sealed gate, fans, which are going to prevent us from. Oh no, actually we can wear iron boots here, and we can weigh ourselves down. No, I'm not letting you get away. Sir, watch, I'm sorry, I'm still flabbergasted, apparently. I'm not letting you get away, Mr. Wallmaster. So far, everything in here has been straightforward. I imagine the strength in the legs of Link to walk with those boots. A Niv? A Niv. A Niv. You know I like to read that stuff out loud. You are a bully. You're being a bully, Aniv. Stop it. I see what you're up to, Aniv. I'm not permitting it. Not today. Aniv does want me to fail. That would extend this challenge, a bit longer than I would care for. 5 minutes is reasonable. Aniv is being very hilarious today. I do generally agree with that. Okay, it is 4:23. I'm making sure that I've double-checked the time. It is 4:23 at the time of this next sentence. So I'm going to say the magic word. Yes. 4:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have a computer. I'm looking right at my stream computer. I'm sitting right between my two computers, and I have not one, but two versions of the time. And Niv is proving us we did good keeping him. Yeah, I definitely would like to say that. Niv, also, I am totally not wasting magic power right now. So, for those who don't know or haven't been in the know for a while, if you're new here on this channel, we vote on things. We just had a vote. I need to go actually properly conclude it. I just got busy yesterday, sorry. But, we had a vote yesterday, and Aniv, we voted on whether or not Aniv was going to stay with us. People, basically did vote, yes, we want Aniv to stay with us. I didn't vote. Only humans voted. I do need to subtract Sir Gideon's votes. For those who don't know, I have a manager bot. It's CarlBot. That's the one I use for my server. I have named him Sir Senator Gideon. In keeping with the theme, the slight Elden Ring theme for the Discord server. Well, I'm happy you voted, Axel. Really, I am. And I'm glad you voted without any feelings of regret. I don't want to make people feel bad for voting. Like, I want people to really earnestly understand if I thought that asking for input was going to make people uncomfortable and that was just like the net average, I wouldn't do it. But it's a perk of the channel, and I think I'm pretty direct and upfront about saying we vote for things here. So, and really, unless it's like a single choice vote or like a straw poll or something, it's just reaction voting on Discord, which people can put reactions to stuff anyway. It's very minimal. It's very minimal. A very minimal voting system, and I enjoy it. Yeah, I want to say thank you again for the Discord link there, Axel. I need to make a mod version of that, so I'm using a different one, while other people who are wanting to be helpful use this one. Because it's weird for Stream Elements to be adding me to recommend my own Discord to me. It's weird. It is something I'm gonna fix. But it takes time. Also, I guess I want to take just a quick second. I'm gonna put this in the Discord, of course. But I have come up with an uploading schedule, given that I have to start recording Steel Rising real soon. I'm gonna have Dragon Quest release pretty much every Wednesday. I might do a surprise one this time, but in general, I want to be able to release Dragon Quest VODs videos about every Wednesday or so. Because those do take time to edit and, like, make the info cards for. And then as for Dragon Age Origins on Patreon and Coffee, I'll probably try to release that every Sunday, or every Saturday. Actually, every Saturday. Let's go with that. And then the rest of the time is going to be whatever I have to catch up on. Which in this case will be Steel Rising, because people voted to play Breath of the Wild instead. People wanted to see that, apparently. Okay. I'm going to shut up and focus for a minute so we can get out of the wind tunnel. I don't think people would mind me doing that. Okay, we're out of the wind tunnel now. Good. So now we can, I can kind of resume normal chatter. Because I know it's one thing if I'm quickly going through a puzzle, but if I'm getting in my chatty mood again for some weird reason, you know, trying to hear me over wind and, like, noisy neighbors is asking a lot of viewers, of anyone, really. So I want to make sure I don't do that. I hope everyone on YouTube and on Twitch is enjoying the gameplay and commentary. I know my commentary isn't the best or anything like that, but I do work really hard on the gameplay. I am not a channel that prides itself on looking like an idiot. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's the channels that are failing on purpose to generate content or views. I'm not that person. I appreciate all of that, Axel. I really do. I'm also not the biggest expert on gameplay either. I would say I have a bit of an edge when it comes to games like this, where they're in my wheelhouse. So it's just a matter of making sure I'm focused. But I'm not a speedrunner. I'm not ZFG. I'm not Linkus or anyone else who can play this sort of thing at a high octane level and still I'm not someone who makes the game entertaining by glitching it out, is what I should probably say. I'm glad you don't get bored here, Axel. I really do mean that. What are we trying to do here? I'm not sure. I think I just have to go around. Yeah, I just gotta go around when that happens. Let's replenish our magic power, because I don't want to run out. I piddled away half of it already. It's nice to see a more normal way to play. Yeah, I hate to use this 7-letter word on people, because it's like the 7-letter word I use most often, and everyone in my real life finds it very annoying. I try to be balanced. And I think balanced might actually be 8 letters. B-A-L-A-N-C-E. That's 7 right there. Okay, yeah. So everyone really dislikes when I use this word because it's a really common one in my lexicon. But I try to not be too far along one direction or another. It's different when you're talking philosophy and politics, of course. It's why you said between. Exactly. And I appreciate that. And I don't want to say normal. I guess normal may not necessarily be... I want to be sure I'm being really careful with what I say here. I don't mind if I'm technical. Like, if I'm technically skilled at a game, right? Like with Elden Ring Reforged, I would say I'm technically skilled at that game. I can't glitch it out, but I do know how to avoid certain things more than your average player. Don't really like this word either, because there's like normal and abnormal. Monkey? At least, a div. This is like the chat way of saying, monkey. I was expecting like a Monka S or something, you know, which is what a Nib's typical lexicon when it says stuff like this is Monka S or whatever, or Monka W, but didn't get that. I think for right now we just need to go through the locked door. That's what I'm thinking. A Niv is random, but a Niv is perfect. He's exactly as I need him to be. I already went through here, right? I need to check myself again. If we're back in the wind tunnel, we are not back in the wind tunnel. Okay. So what? I see a wind tunnel with a Dexy hand. We love a Niv as he is. We do. With all the imperfections and random silliness that comes with an AI algorithm chatbot. Really? I see. We need to use a boomerang here. I was wondering what was up with this. Normally we can hammer these bells, but... because the boomerang is gonna let us freeze those... Okay. It's gonna let us freeze... Oh my god. No! Stop it. Yeah, okay. It's gonna let us freeze the redeads so that we can get by. And they just unfroze. Cool. Get off. I love how we can use sticks underwater, but we can't use our sword. It seems like we should be able to do that. Shoot. Off. I'm tired of having the bandage squad come for a free rope. You know, I should have expected that. I totally should have expected that. Standing on top of a moving fan, this isn't the type of stuff that you dream about in a horror film. Okay, let's try to make this through quick. We're not timed, but the longer I stay here, the more annoying this room is gonna get. Especially because these are undead, we can't really, or redeads we can't see. Okay. That room is tense. not gonna lie. Aha! So this switch spawned a platform for us to stand on, which is really nice, because then we can walk down here. Do I have to... Okay, I guess we're jump slashing here. So far, so good. So, these particular redeads, we saw them in the sweatshop a couple of times, but just to reiterate for people who maybe didn't see the sweatshop episode, these are iron redeads. You need fire to kill them. Only fire works. They're impervious to sword damage. The only thing that stuns an iron redead is these hammers. You guys, or these bells. You see the bells over there? Like the one in front of us? Yeah, they get temporarily stunned by those. So that would be our way out of here. The truth is hidden here, but mortal eyes cannot see it. Immortal creatures fear the sound of bell. Like that, I chose to demonstrate there. These things are stunned by the sounds of loud bells. Is there anything back here? We technically already got it, even though an invisible redead did decide to have their way with us. And that is to say, nibble at our flesh, before anyone thinks any untoward thoughts. I hate to take an emergency break like this, but nature is calling me, as in I gotta take a quick bio break. So I'm gonna go do that, and I will be right back. I'll be playing a short 30-second ad while people wait on me to get finished. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Thankfully, nature didn't make me answer the call for too long, but I still had to answer it nonetheless. It's human biology. Okay. I feel like I didn't spend long enough to have to extend the stream time by any amount today, so we should be okay to continue onward. Now, we keep avoiding the subject, and it is probably best if we stop doing so. There's a door. We need to go through it. It's like right over here. Let's see what awaits us through this locked door, shall we? Chat, tell me if I'm wrong, but does this give, like, boss room, mid-boss room vibes? Mini-boss vibes? This gives me mini-boss vibes, me personally. It's just like a random empty pit with no, like, illusory walls or anything. Well, hardcore save, and I guess let's find out. Oh, hello. Garo, it's Gerudo Assassin. Jump sideways to dodge when it dashes towards you. This is an MM port, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Majora's Mask enemy port, and boy, is it cool. Okay, I do have a hard time side hopping though. I feel like I need to stun it somehow. Ah, there we go. That's how we deal with it. That was a neat little treat, a neat little encounter. Whipped out. I almost felt like I could have done that without whipping out a Deku Nut, but if that, you know, if that makes the fight easier, so be it. I don't know if I want to go repeating something like the Dark Link encounter again, though. If I find I'm trivializing it, I do want to take measures not to do that again. The Dark Link fight was supposed to be like a capstone. It ended up being a joke, which is funny. Don't get me wrong, it's very funny, but I think people were sort of expecting Dark Link to be a challenge, and when it's not, it's very jarring. Okay, so what's the deal with this room? Oh, there's a pull switch. There are 2 pull switches. Is there anything in here apart from that? I don't think so. Alright, only thing left is the pull switches. This feels like it should be timed, but isn't. No, just no timer at all. That's strange. That's unlike debug. I'm now absolutely wary. Oh, hello. And I think my folks have returned home after seeing my uncle. For those who don't know, and it's not, I don't want to make light of it by just casually mentioning it, but I do have a couple of uncles. One of them, my dad's oldest brother, is dealing with terminal cancer. He is not long for this world. He started coughing up blood maybe 2 days ago, and typically, if you start coughing up blood with cancer, you maybe have 72 hours to live, tops. So that's what my dad and his wife have been dealing with today, is just kind of being on pins and needles waiting for him to leave this world. So if you guys would please keep him in your thoughts and prayers, or in meditations. Don't pray for him to live unless, you know, by some miracle he manages to skate by this. I would prefer that people pray for his peaceful passing on, because cancer is not a battle that you win, it is a battle that you draw out. Like, really and truly. It's interesting that even though there's a space behind this, we can clearly see, we can't step through it. Just, like I said, I don't like casually mentioning it, but I did think I would kind of bring that up. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm not looking for people to go, woe is me. This is life and death. This is stuff all humans deal with. But what I am asking for are like, oh, hello. Nice Iron Knuckle just hiding out behind the cloth. That's really clever, actually. Goodbye. So what were you guarding anything, though? And I'm not as close with my uncle as my dad is. It's his brother, after all. That does make sense, but I do still feel for him and for my uncle nonetheless. So any positive thoughts and prayers go a long way toward assuaging the emotions at the back of my mind, so that I can be better prepared to help my dad deal with his. Okay, so there's that crystal switch. What about this one, though? That unlocks that passageway. I want to go down and see this one first. Oh, really? That's where this leads out to. Okay, cool. I feel like we're closing up on the end, chat. Really, I do. Maybe we'll get through this today. Maybe we won't. Sorry you're actually falling asleep. No problem, Axel. If you need to leave for any reason, that is perfectly okay. I enjoyed having your company today, in all seriousness. If you need to sleep, please do. It's late here. Oh, I can imagine it's gotta be almost 11 o'clock at night. Yeah, I know being that late is like. Yeah, if you need to sleep, feel free. And I'll know I'll see you again tomorrow. Or if not, you know, on Monday. Okay, how are we? So we need to have some kind of torch, but what exactly? I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, you stream every day? No, I unfortunately don't. So it just kind of looks like I stream every day, but the basic pattern that, let me make sure I'm not exasperating exhausting magic here. My guaranteed 100% pattern is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or for you, it would be about 7 o'clock at night. That's the guarantee. That is when I'm supposed to stream, everything else being equal. If I can't, I generally do not stream on weekends where I have a session with my friends, which is every other week. So sometimes I'll stream Saturday and Sunday, and sometimes I won't. It just depends on what I have going on. You already said it, but yeah, I believe I got confused. Oh, it's no biggie. It's no biggie. I'm really not 100% sure, or not 100% ironed out on the schedule. I feel pretty confident in being able to stream on weekends where I don't have, you know, gatherings with friends that I attend. It's really just the weekend that I do go out with friends and, you know, we roll dice together. It's the following day. I always play tabletops on a Saturday. That's the only time I do it. So it's always that following Sunday where I'm not sure if I'm streaming or not. I may adopt the on again, off again approach, or I might say, yeah, I feel up to streaming that Sunday. I'm trying to allow myself some latitude in this, so I don't feel so stiff and scheduled all the time. I like to think of those particular Sundays as an opportunity for me to do a bonus. It helps with my frame of mind on it more than anything. But just again, as a general reminder for those that are just looking for the straight and easy answer, this is what this is the content you're expected to have each week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 4 hours, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the start time. If I stream on a weekend, if I stream on weekends, it's usually every other weekend, barring like life changes. Tuesday and Thursday are guaranteed for me to be, I'm off that day. And I typically use that time to go like edit videos and such. Okay, so you can only kill these things with fire, but I'm glad you can at least damage them with the hammer. What are we supposed to do here? There's not like a... Is there like a torch I'm forgetting somewhere? No, not particularly, not really. Is this a case where I need blue fire or something? Or maybe this door... This door has a use. Why would we be given a shortcut? I'm not sure. I feel like we should have gotten a key already. Or that there should be something behind one of these? Only one way to test it out, I guess. And that's the kind of like... Interesting. I'm gonna have to look this up, I think. Off. Get off me, you damn re-dead. Because I'm at a loss. There should be a key somewhere and I just haven't gotten it. I do think we've made good progress today. I feel comfortable ending things here. I want to thank everybody so much for hanging out with me. I'm gonna probably make a scout file and see if I can't look into this. And I'll try to be ready for tomorrow. And if nothing else, I know Souls Midnight will probably have done this particular part of it by now. And I can look at what he's doing. He's on the same patch I am right now, because I keep up with Souls Midnight, a Legend of Zelda ROM hack content creator. Known for footage on all things related to Legend of Zelda, and sometimes other stuff too, like Super Mario Sunshine, the Eclipse mod, and so many other things. For you guys on YouTube, that's it. Au revoir, auf Wiedersehen. I don't really have anything else left for you. Stay safe, my YouTube senators and inductees. Take care of yourselves. And with that, we're going to turn it to the Twitch wrap-up, where now that I have to go make this scout file, I am probably going to cut and run here. My workload has exponentially increased, is what I should say. So we're gonna find 2 people to push you guys out to go check out on your own. If you guys want to see someone working on cutting edge games, or like doing streams on cutting edge games, and someone who generally works on Souls-like content, go check out Lobos Jr. He does everything. He's prolific and popular enough to have gotten everything, to have played just about everything. Go check him out. I keep an eye on things mostly, but I do enjoy his content too. I typically catch Aj Doin, oh my god, Niv. What is this? Is this an emote and you misspelled it? I think that's supposed to be adjoin, oh my god, and a Niv just bungled it. Absolutely fantastic. The silence woke me up. Sorry, Axel. We're gonna end the stream for today. I need to look into this dungeon. I'm gonna make a scout file and try to look ahead so I can figure out where this key is. And then when we resume tomorrow, you know, we're gonna hopefully know where the key is so I can go get it. That way we're not spending an hour just stumbling around in abject frustration. Gonna go straight to sleep after it ends? That's totally reasonable, Axel. I hope you get some good rest. Truly. You need it. You deserve it. You need it. I guess the other guy I could probably push out today is Squillakilla. Your neighbors are absolutely yelling, though. Yeah, you had mentioned that before. So I hope you get some rest, but I wouldn't be surprised if you struggle to find some thanks to neighbors and their insistence on partying at this time of night. Squillakilla is another Souls-like content creator. Another Souls-like content creator. He's done some other stuff too, and including some fitness VODs. But he is doing a arcane-only, all remembrance bosses plus DLC. Check them out at your leisure, or don't, up to you. But there's some bigger streamers than me. So those chat rooms are boisterous, to say the least. You guys, my senators, my inductees, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thanks for all the follows today, all the audio alerts, the YouTube subscriptions. Thank you for everything. I'm really, truly grateful. I will see you guys tomorrow, as this is my weekend off, so I'm welcome to stream. I will be streaming tomorrow at the normal time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for 4 hours, unless something happens to me. Stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime.
Night-night. Sleep tight.
Thanks for that blurb goodbye, Axel. Really appreciate it. And yes, sleep tight. And with that, guys, goodbye.